Good morning, everyone. Welcome to California Acupuncture Board meeting. Today is March 7, 2025, and we have the board meeting set started now 9:40. So thank you for all the stakeholders come to the meeting room and also on the line, and welcome to the meeting. So yesterday we had two committee meeting. So let's do roll call first.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Yongping Chen,
Here.
Francisco Kim, Gregory Leong, Dr. Shudong Li,
Here.
Dr. Amy Mateki,
Here.
Ruben Osorio.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Yopadia. Yesterday, we have two committee meeting, enforcement committee meeting, and licensing committee meeting. Thanks you to Chair Mr. Osorio and Dr. Amy Mataki. So today we will have a full board meeting. And before the meeting started, I want to restate our board role is to protect the public, protect the consumer, and as this profession is a new profession, 50 years this year, since 1975. So the professions and the stakeholders and the consumers, they come to the board meeting, give a lot of input, and the board is completely transparent. So we like to have feedback from the stakeholder and do the collaborative partnership with everybody. But the profession have some role to serve the consumer, and the board have the role to protect the consumer. So I want to make it very clear again. So now we can start the full board meeting. Thank you. So first item, we'll review and possible approval of board meeting minutes for November 7, 2024. Oh, sorry, I have one more point. Welcome DCA, the leadership and the guidance to our meeting. Thank you. So
Any questions or comments regarding the minutes? This is from our last meeting, November 7th. If there are none, would there be a motion on the table to approve the minutes? Anybody? Member, Vice President Kim, if you'd kindly turn the microphone on. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the last board meeting's minutes.
I'm a second.
thank you.
We have a motion on the table and a second to approve the minutes. Let us open it up for public comment. We'll start in the room first. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, let's move to the virtual room.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon. You may also click the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. If you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
We do have a comment in the room.
Good morning, Neil Miller from CalAtma. I have one brief comment, and I've made this comment several times before. I think it's a bit more transparent that, we get up here and we say who we are and who we represent. And I think that the minutes should reflect that as opposed to speaker number one, speaker number two. There are 14 speakers, and if some group is representing or is giving a position, then it should be transparent that that's who came up here and represented, whether it was a public representative or the profession representing themselves or somebody else. You don't just say DCA person, you list their name. So I think that would be much more transparent if you list who came up here and said what. Not a big deal, just 14 different speakers, and there weren't 14 people in the room last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Dr. Yongping Chen?
Yes.
Sorry, let me go ahead and rephrase or re-say the motion. The motion is to approve the minutes, seconded by Shudong Li. Dr. Yongping Chen said yes. Francisco Kim?
Yes.
Gregory Leong? That was a yes. Dr. Shudong Li? Dr. Amy Mateki?
Yes.
Mr. Ruben Osorio?
Yes.
6-0, motion passes. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. So next item is executive report, number 8, budget update.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll go ahead and start with the budget update. That's right.
Good morning, Madam President. My name is Rachel Lanzoni. I'm a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office. I want to thank the board and executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 4A, the board's expenditure projections, revenue projections, and fund condition statement. So first, I'll start with the board expenditures, which is page number 26 of your materials. These projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 6. You'll see this report includes the 2023 to 2024 actual expenditures in green, as well as the 2024 to 2025 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange respectively, which also includes a budget allocation breakdown. As we move to the end of the document, you will see that this is a breakdown of the expenditures. The board had a beginning base budget of approximately 3.8 million and is projected to spend approximately 3.2 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $660,000, a reversion percentage of 17.45%. The next document that I will be going over is the board's revenue projections. This is page 27 of your materials. This report includes receipts collected through December and projected revenue to year end. The board is currently projecting to collect around 4.4 million in revenue this fiscal year, and I will go further into the projections as we transition to the next and final slide. So the last slide, page number 28 of your materials, is the board's fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document top to bottom and left to right. The left column is the board's prior year 2023 to 2024 actuals. It shows the board began the 2023 to 2024 fiscal year with a beginning balance of just over 4.4 million. The board collected roughly 4.1 million in revenues, with about 60,000 of that coming from delinquent fees, 2.9 million from license renewals, a combined 975,000 from other regulatory fees, licenses, and permits, and a combined $200,000 in income from surplus money investments and unclaimed checks. The board expended 3.7 million, which includes 234,000 in direct draws to the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. And the board ended the 2023 to 2024 year with around 4.6 million in reserve balance, or about 16.4 months in reserve. For the current year, the board projects revenues of 4.4 million, with about 64,000 coming from delinquent fees, 3.2 million from license renewals, a combined 971,000 from other regulatory fees, licenses, and permits, and a combined 165,000 in income from surplus money investments and unclaimed checks. The board's 2024 to 2025 expenditures, based on the governor's budget with fiscal month 6 projections included, is about 3.3 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of 5.7 million or 16.2 months in reserve. The budget office will continue to monitor the board revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we continue to close fiscal months in the current fiscal year. A few things to note of the board's fund condition. This is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is a result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases, as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The budget office includes a conservative ongoing 3% to increase expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. You will also notice revenue is projected higher in the out years. Lastly, I would like to note that the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events may result in the board's need for additional resources, which would create cost pressure on the fund. I would now like to give some additional information regarding the 2 budget letters that the budget office received that will impact the board's appropriation. The Department of Finance issued Budget Letter 2420, Vacancy Savings and Position Elimination, to reduce the state workforce by 10,000 positions and $1.5 billion. That's 762 million coming from the general fund and 738 million coming from the special fund. The Budget Letter 2420 budget reduction will be effective starting 2024 to 2025 and ongoing, while the position eliminations identified will become effective in 2025 to 2026 and ongoing. Department of Finance issued Budget Letter 2424, Government Efficiencies Reductions. This budget letter provides instructions to implement Control Section 4.05 reduction required in the 2024 Budget Act for the development of the 2025 to 2026 governor's budget. As of today, the Department of Consumer Affairs is operating under the understanding that the reductions will be approved as submitted and will be included in the May revise. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board fund condition and keep the line of communication open with the executive staff for any future needs or expectations. And again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at today's meeting, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Any question?
I
don't.
Yes.
What was the months in reserve recommended by the Sunset Review Committee?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What was the recommended months in reserve recommended by Sunset Review Committee?
Or Department of Finance, what is the government recommended funds in reserve?
Under 24 months, but a healthy months in reserve is typically between 6 and 9 months, and the board is looking very healthy.
Good.
Thank you.
So under 20 months,
Under 24 months.
24 months, and above how many months?
Right now, the board is at 16.2 months in reserve, and pursuant to Business and Professions Code 128.5, the board shall remain under 24 months in reserve. So
Just remain under 24, did not say minimum. What's minimum months?
there is no technical minimum months in reserve.
I see.
However, yes, the board's months in reserve are very healthy right
Right.
now. So
Okay. thank
we will
you.
continue to work with the board to ensure that it remains healthy as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
To our EO,
I
good
think-
management.
I think maybe I would like to ask it in a different way. So this is healthy. What will be unhealthy? The level, I say, 3 months reserve or?
We wouldn't even want to put a number on it. We
Okay.
would continue to work with the board to determine if any appropriate measures would need to be taken, but there are absolutely no concerns at this time
All right,
or in the out years.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have a question.
So we open to public. If we have any questions in the room.
Good morning, Neil Miller for CalAtma. I have a brief question. Understanding the general fund and the acupuncture fund, like we are a self-funded board, and I want to make sure or publicly acknowledge that there is no commingling of funds again, that the general fund is not borrowing from our money again that they've done in the past and are paying us back. And I wanted to understand why the board is given the direction of the general fund budget, like to reduce a certain amount, or you can't have travel, or you can't have certain people at work. But we're self-funded. We as the profession pay our dues and the exams, and that should be adequate amount of money to fund us and not have to make some of the restrictions that are making your job a little bit more difficult in terms of enforcement or, staff and things like that. And I don't think it's appropriate for anybody here to speak up, but I'm telling you now, someone from the public is asked to make sure that there's no commingling of the funds and to please at a future date explain why you have to reduce our budget when our budget is self-funded. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any more comment? So we open to online comment.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon next to your name or use the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you, moderator Sarah. Good morning. So we close public comment and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item is licensing report Q2 2024 to 2025. Is manager,
Licensing manager.
licensing manager, Mr. J. Hurdet.
Good morning, board, and I'd like to give the licensing report for this quarter. But before I do, I have an announcement to make. So the California Acupuncture Board and its staff discovered a miscalculation in reporting active and total renewable license counts recently. The board's licensing system of record at the time displayed multiple primary statuses, and the oversight occurred in the system as the system separates the active and inactive primary statuses. This was discovered by board staff in conjunction with the Department of Consumer Affairs DCA Office of Information Services reports, and while working with the DCA-wide project to develop new methods for statistical reporting. No other statistical metrics were affected. The board is working on clarifying the correct count, and looking ahead, new tools will provide more detailed, accurate statistics with a specific number of active and total renewable license. We apologize for the miscalculation. And then I'd also like to just acknowledge the director, Kimberly Kirkmeyer, Deputy Director Nicole Kramer, the OAS DCA reports team, and the acupuncture staff for working through this issue. So, and now I'll go on to my reporting. So to start with the Q2 numbers for active licenses, this is active being able to practice. The number is 10,122. Inactive is 1,451. Delinquent is 1,688. And in delinquent, some of those are inactive and some of those are active licenses. And then valid license or renewable licenses the total count is 261. And then canceled license for this period, the Q2 was 103. Initial acupuncture license applications that were approved for the quarter were 73. The number of initial license applications denied was 0. The acupuncture license renewal for Q2 was 1,614. The total number of active wall licenses currently that are in place are 5,398. Initial wall license was renewal wall license purchase were 491, and then wall license renewals were 494. And then moving on to continuing education, part of the licensing report is for Q2 for new CE provider applications approved, there were 11. There was no CE applications denied for providers. CE provider renewals were 36 for the quarter. Course applications received for the quarter were 467, and course applications approved were 617. And there were no course denials. And the difference between received and applications approved are that providers can set their approval start date because the courses are paid for a year period. So they can be out of so those are when the courses are actually going to be started being offered for the yearly period with 617. Received is the flow that's coming across the continuing education desk for new applications received. So, and then moving on to acupuncture educational and training programs. For applications of board approval of curriculum received, in Q2, there was 5. For applications of board approval of curriculum are incomplete. And that's not unusual because there's a fair amount of back and forth with the complex curriculum evaluation. So it can take, a number of months often to get that through. There were no new approval acupuncture. What is this? Application for board approval of curriculum applications approved, and no schools lost approval during the Q2. And then finally, moving on to the acupuncture tutorial training programs. Tutorial training programs. We received in Q2 10 new applications. There was 13 new program approvals. Programs completed were 2. And programs terminated or abandoned were 2, and that gives a total of current tutorial programs underway of 66. And that concludes the licensing report.
Thank you, Mr. Herder. Any comments in the room?
Yeah, Jay,
Oh,
I have a
board
question.
member first.
Yes, Jay, is the number of application, is it back to normal now or is still low?
Applications for what?
License.
That's pretty constant. You're talking about new licensees
Right.
approving. Yeah, I mean, you can see in Q1 we had 71, and then in Q2 it was 73.
So it's back.
We're
steady.
running, typically we're running somewhere between 400 and 500 a year of those new application
Okay,
renewals.
all right.
But we haven't seen a significant uptick in them.
Okay.
Sorry, just point of clarification. Are you inquiring as to the perhaps reduction during the pandemic and return now, or?
Yeah, yeah, that was basically what I was
Mhm.
concerned because at one time it didn't seem to move upwards, but I think from what I see in the last quarter, it was back to normal.
I think the trending's been stable. I mean, there hasn't been a huge uptick since
Right,
the
right.
pandemic, and there was a drop,
Yeah.
So we haven't seen a big flood of new licensees coming in.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jay. Oh, he's got a question.
I have a question. This is Gregory Leong. I'm a public members. And I would like to ask Jay for the territory of inactive license. Will you consider retire license for those people who doesn't want to practice anymore? They just want to retire, but look better for them being inactive for retirement than rather than inactive for some other reason?
I can address this. We do have a regulatory package that is on our rulemaking calendar for a retired status that we are working through and hope to get through a majority of it this year.
Thank you.
And just to add, that package has been approved by the board and it's with DCA and Office of Administrative Laws for approval.
This is a version only. And yeah, I do see the one section called cancel the license. It seems like from 87 to 103. This is on the fourth line, the top one. This is like increase. This is only 2 quarters, quarter 1 and quarter 2. And we might be pay attention to quarter 3, see how that goes, because this is like number changes. And the other part is very good we're looking for is the initial wall license increase from quarter 1. It's like more than hundreds increased in the quarter 2. It's 491. This is good. And I think we're looking through the wall license renewed also gone up a little bit. So this is only we need to pay attention, see what's the reason for cancel that quarter 2 seems a little bit more. I don't know the average, but we're looking for next quarter. Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah.
And I think that is something to compare because you're going to say right now we had new of 73 and we had canceled of 103. So we're kind of having a slight loss there in terms of our licensed population. And a couple of factors that are going in with that one is that there were a number of people out of states that were maintaining their license. And since our fee increase, there has been some that have been dropping off and not continuing their California license. And then the other thing is we do have a licensed population that's aging and starting to and exit the population. And as Gregory mentioned, we don't have a retired status right now. So the only way to end is if you don't pay your license is to be canceled.
I see.
And so that's why we address the need for the retired license.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
And just the other thing too is the board is really actively working to encourage wall license compliance. And I mean, we would be hoping to see, wall licenses being renewed kind of closer to the number of license renewals, and you can see that those are way off. So we'll continue to work and get the message out and work with licensees to come into compliance with their wall license requirement.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I just want to see it's a great work. I see the number increased, so I was very happy to see that. But also, I just want to let Mr. Bodilla know recently from other state, there is someone, email and had a comment about how great the board always display very transparent about this information. Sounds like this is the only state will list, details you can find in the public record on that. So I just want to congratulate what you guys have done and how our state, our board continue set the example for the rest of the country. So I would like to see those numbers continue being displayed and easy being found by the public. Thank you.
We're definitely committed to working to provide good, transparent, accurate numbers. Thank you.
I have a question. How many approved California schools is there?
What I couldn't
In California, how many schools are approved for acupuncture license?
Oh, schools? I don't have that count right. I mean, but it's around 36 or something like that. We can circle back and get that number.
36.
Yeah,
And
and if in our website under students, if you click the tab, there's an approved school list. In that list, all the
Only
programs.
those who are inside of state. How do you remember? How many?
I don't have it off the top of my head, it's
Half of it?
it's in the 20s,
20s,
somewhere in the 20s, like that.
The reason I am asking is initial license application is every quarter is 73, and then times 4 is about 150, and times 4 for 4-year program.
Right.
Yeah, so I want
300
to
-ish.
make sure their enrollment status is healthy.
Right.
It's feasible for them. Yeah. Okay, that was my.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So there's more comments? Thank you for all the board member, both licensee board member and the public board member from different angle ask the question. So thank you very much. And thank Dr. Amy Mataki brought the feedback from other states about this board functioning. So our environment will reflect what we do. So thank you. So we open public comment.
Good morning, Neil Miller from CalAtma. I just want to follow up on Mr. Lee's comment that there is an increase in the wall license, but 50% of the people are still not signing up. And since the program was initiated, I've been asking for some feedback, like, is it working or not? And how can we evaluate if it's working if half of the people who are supposed to register are not? I mean, where's the statistical reality of, is this program working or not? Are half of us paying the $50 for the rest of us? And is there an enforcement here? How long until there is an enforcement? And I've asked for some feedback from the board or from staff as to, is this achieving what you want to achieve? Because if it's not, then I want to go back to legislature and get rid of it, because I don't think that it does. I think that there's other ways to make sure that people are being compliant, like registering your practice and renewing your license as opposed to an extra $50 for something. So I would like to get some feedback, and I think we have a reasonable amount of time that's passed since this was implemented. So perhaps by the end of the year, next year, we can get some real feedback on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Neil, for your comment. No more in the room, and open to the online comment. Thank you, moderator, to open the online comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon down at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and I do have a request from Rana Ma. And Rana, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning. This is Runa Ma from American Society of Chinese Medicine, the board members. I think, for example, I have 3 working space. So that is, I have 3 word license. That's not me. That is not exactly one acupuncture has 1 word license. So I think the number probably need to put a question mark. And also, since this is the law and regulation, I think enforcement should be, take some actions, because this is not the correct things. And also, I think since the board have the medical ethic and the laws, should be, during the lecture, should let them know that is not, should be have the wall license, that is because of the regulation from the board. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for Rona Ma online comment.
Thank you for letting me present.
Thank you for excellent report, Mr. Next item is enforcement report Q2 2024 to 25.
Thank you kindly, Madam President. Board members, would like you to turn your attention to the first page of the enforcement report. This covers October through December of 2024. The first section goes over the complaints or convictions and arrests we received in this quarter. We had none relating to substance abuse, drug or mental or physical impairment, 1 for unsafe or unsanitary conditions, 6 for fraud, 0 non-jurisdictional, 6 for incompetence or negligence, 0 for other, and 2 for unprofessional conduct, roughly addressing practicing out of scope or communication issues. There was 2 sexual misconduct complaints received, 0 discipline by another state agency, 1 unlicensed or unregistered practice, and 1 criminal charges coming from a licensee or conviction, for a total of 19 complaints received. Moving on to the investigations report. You'll note that we have a total of 19 received to match above, and 43 were closed, with a total caseload of 313 pending. Want to extend my gratitude to our enforcement staff who have been working diligently to start to work down the backlog that we have in enforcement. So we are hoping to see a dent put in this year, especially as they've ramped up and have received a lot of training. Moving on to the next page, we have the enforcement performance measures for Q2, noting again, total of 19 received. For performance measure 2, average day to close a complaint is 3 days, or assign a complaint. Performance measure 3, investigation cycle time, 29 desk investigations closed. Field investigations closed was 14, total of 43. Average days to close all investigations in this quarter was 783. Then we have the time breakdown for the various investigations, with 8 for up to 90 days, 9 between 90 and 100, 5 from 180 to a year, 1 for 1 to 2 years, 6 for 2 to 3 years, and over 3 years are 14. And that tends to reflect the complexity of the investigation of the case. For next section, non-AG, 2 final citations issued. Average day to complete those citations, 343. 0 net licenses were denied. Performance measure 4, no cycle time for final orders issued. We had the next table, we had 2 cases pending with the AG at the moment. Next table, number represents the AG cases closed. We didn't have any in the last quarter. No Penal Code 23 or interim suspensions ordered in the last quarter. And in terms of our licensing probationers in the final table, you'll see that we have 2 licensees on probation, and then 1 accusation has been filed as a petition to revoke. No subsequent discipline final orders were issued. Any questions from the board members?
This is Gregory Liang, board member, public board member. And I'm wondering, how's the enforcement for the war license for general public? If I go into a acupuncture practitioners, if I see a war license in the lobby, I'll feel more comfortable that the one that goes to is qualified and licensed. But if they're licensed and they don't put up a war license, and I will have to ask the person, are you licensed or not? So I'm just wondering, how's the enforcement for having the war license?
We are complaint driven in terms of enforcement of that specific item. So we would be looking to, not that we're asking, but we would want to hear of any licensees that aren't displaying their wall license. If a consumer is going in, they should be able to see a wall license if they have a practice. Now, they need to notify the board within 30 days. So while we are complaint driven, we can look to additional outreach on this. And I think the CE and ethics education requirement will hopefully bring more people in line with that as they are beginning to more actively review the laws and ethics if they're addressing the laws specifically. And so we can definitely look for additional outreach possibilities to not be on the warpath, so to speak. But we have been announcing for a couple years now. We finished by 2022, I believe, is when the rolling forward requirement was. So we do have a couple years since that was initiated or required of everyone. So we can definitely start looking at this and perhaps an item for the enforcement committee to take up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So I will just one comment. So I heard from profession ask for enforcement, and from the board member question was the enforcement. And as I know, some people actually they know they should have a wall license, should comply, but they just resistant. They don't accept this new thing right away. Take a little time to process, but I believe most licensee, if they don't apply for the wall license, they don't know. So they just don't know and they violate it without knowing it. So that's why you inspire me to think about we should put this in the brochure, because the old brochure does not have the wall license. Now we have wall license. So we need to update the brochure and put this, let everybody know. So you have no reason, right? We post online in the brochure. And the brochure, not only for the consumer, also the licensee, they should know in between the practitioner and the public, they know each other. So what they expect, consumer expect what the licensee is supposed to comply the law and provide the consumer the best practice. So I have this comment.
And I have some, I know this in the enforcement performance measure right now, but I agree with Mr. Liang, public member, that is bringing confidence to the general public for when the people walk in have a wall license. This is important for me, from my understanding. But also we might be, working on some solution for, I do not already have it. It's like three branch have a 3 wall license. How you address that too? That's my question here. But this is an enforcement performance measure, so we'll be. That's my comment on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I think with the brochure, maybe that's one part for the public education when they come to an office. What are they looking for? The credentials. So maybe this information can see first the part, you see the wall license, is there. Because that's the same for the physician, you come to the facility, displayed different license. But I do want to follow this enforcement performance measure here. From my recollection, used to be the AG, the one delay, or we have so many years. But I see currently is a non-AG involved, but still have, more than 3 years cases. So where's the hold up, so it's something the board can help. Thank you.
I can address that question. Yes, right now, there isn't the holdup, there isn't cases at the AGs that is creating that. This is us working through the backlog from the vacancies and the high turnover rate that we had in the last few years in the enforcement. But we have been fully staffed as the last year and a half, 2 years, and they've now received their training and are starting to make headway through those investigations. So we're hopeful that they'll be able to go through a lot of these in the next few quarters.
Thank you, Mr. Boudia.
Welcome. Madam President, would you like me to address Member Shudong's
Sure.
question?
Mhm.
Yeah, for multiple wall licenses, the individuals just apply again for that, and each license, each wall license is specifically tied to that address, and it's $50. So there shouldn't be a problem in an individual, in a licensee applying for those licenses, and they can do it online.
I got it. Thank you.
I'm going to just add something out of turn here really quick. With our renewal reminders, every licensee and renewal reminder, there is information about wall license at their renewal every time. So they're getting notice of that. Although when I talk to licensees, they often don't acknowledge the renewal reminder. So there is some need for continued outreach. I think that that's a good point that the board is bringing up.
We can possibly look at, they are signing under penalty of perjury at the time of renewal. While I hate to include additional items, but we could look at perhaps including a testament or testimony, like I acknowledge that, I have to have a wall license for my location, and this is me deliberately saying I do not need a wall license right now. It's a bit heavy, but it is something that will definitely make it and put it in front of them. Now, there's a few people that still renew by paper, but we can definitely look at including that disclaimer as well. And the postcard does, I believe, also acknowledges renewal of wall license at the time of renewal.
I have a question. Do we have now a fine, or is there consequences if you don't have a license on the wall?
We do consider that unprofessional conduct.
Okay.
And so if we receive a complaint and the individual doesn't have a registered wall license, that is part of if it's just at the citation level, it's addressed at that level.
Okay. Yeah, that would be probably something that we should address and have, because that should not be, customers should not be the one making sure that this guy is licensed or not. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely want a balanced approach, both in terms of ensuring that our licensees are aware of this requirement at, for example, as Mr. Hurt noted, at time of licensure, or as we advertise on the postcard renewal notice, but then follow it up with enforcement as well.
Yeah, because it should not be a question of whether I'm going to put it up today, or it should be just like the way you open the door with the key, that has to be on the wall. Otherwise, you should not be able to be in business. All right, thank you.
If anything.
No.
Yeah.
The board does have a posting requirement of licensees that they're supposed to put, I think, 40-point font in their office that Acupuncture Board regulates the profession of acupuncturists, and that if they have any issues to contact the board. We can look at modifying that as well. It is established in regulation, so we can look at perhaps modifying that language to say the practitioner in this clinic must also have a wall license.
Yeah. It's something it's normal for me to be, here, look, I am licensed. I don't know why anybody, if they have it, they don't post it.
I think one thing maybe that might be creating some confusion is that initially, or I should say, when I stepped in, the board was issuing at time of licensure a kind of 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that says, you are now licensed by the Acupuncture Board. This is your license number, and there was no date. Other than issue date, there was no expiration date on that. So it's just like that was you're now licensed notification. We have moved away from that, and the wall license now takes the place of that license, which places a date. So legitimizing the clinic itself, the practice at that clinic. So there may be some confusion there, but we can look at updating these things.
Yeah, that'll be a good thing to have discuss in the future. All right, thank you.
Thank you for all the board members' comments and our EO's explanation. And let's open to comment for the public. And maybe this time we let online comments first.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon next to your name or the Q&A icon at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. Audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And it looks like we have a couple requests. I'll go in the order received. First, I have Chulong Zhu, and Chulong, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
This is Chulong Shui from AACMA. My question was about the enforcement. So as a profession, so we know the one of the problems could be the whoever somebody they don't they are not licensed or their scope of practice are not including acupuncture, but they are doing acupuncture. Do we have any complaint receipt about this kinds of problem? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Rona Ma, and Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning, Runama from ASCM. I think in the old time, board sometimes audit your continuing education. You need to submit your certification to showing you finish the required CERs. So maybe as such the board, sometimes you can audit choosing somebody, let them, when they renew, let them show you, the work license they own before. So maybe that is the way, also, I think you have the law and you should enforce that. If you don't have time, you don't have people, you may have some volunteers, and also you may ask the professional association to help. Thank you.
So let me clarify, you mentioned CEU audit. So Ms. Rona Ma, can you explain little more detail? Did you mean the CE should be audit?
This is the moderator. One moment while I get her microphone unmuted again.
Sorry, I has been unmuted, so that is before, board will send some notice said, okay, fax your CERs. That I talked about a long time ago. So right now, maybe the board can use in the audit. So when people renew their license, they said, do you have your wallets before? If you show to us, that is another way, and also I think the board, you have the law, you have the regulation, you should enforce that. If you don't have time, you don't have money, you can ask some volunteer, or you can seek in the professional associations for help.
Thank you, Ms. Ma.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment on WebEx.
So let's open comment to the people in here, the public in the room.
Neil Miller from Cal Atma. I have brief comment. One, I want to say to Jay or whoever on the staff, put together a little addendum about getting the wall license that comes out with your renewal. It was very clear. You know, it just, you need to do this. So I just want to compliment you on doing that. It got me to do it. And since we had such a spirited discussion yesterday about scope, and here it talks about something practicing out of scope. So can you articulate what it is that was out of scope so we can make sure to publicize that this specific thing that someone got cited for is out of scope? Just to make sure that we're clear. So you have an example of something that's out of scope for us?
We cannot comment on investigations and complaints received until they're final.
Okay. Not, okay. So if you could make a note that after these things get finalized, that you let us know, practicing out of scope, XYZ cases were cited. You know, this guy was doing Ouija boards or whatever. Something that's out of scope. So we have a very specific thing because we're trying to get rid of the gray area. And as we discussed yesterday, there's still a lot of gray area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from public in the room? Okay, there's none. Let's go next item. Number D, business modernization update. Mr. J. Hurd again. Thank you.
And it's it's my pleasure to share that one of our things we've been working on is a functionality for a continuation audit in our online system. So the board does conduct audits, but this new system is going to allow us to be able to be more efficient with that and be more consistent with that, and then raise our audit levels up. So that's one of the biggest new improvements. The other thing is we're continuing to bring in more functionality. Recently, we've brought in the ability to go from active to inactive or inactive to active online. And then also we've brought in the replacement pocket license that'll be soon to be released. And then there's been increased functionality to the exam processes. And then also hopefully in the near future, we've been working with our developers to allow the back office to process renewals in our online system as opposed to some of our legacy systems. So it continues. The business modernization efforts at this point right now are in maintenance and operations. So earlier on, we had a fair amount of budget and we're doing pretty extensive development. Now we're limited to small incremental changes as we're moving along. So we're continuing with that. The board does also did obtain a separate contract to begin development of an enforcement module, and that is underway right now. It's just beginning with the online complaint process being available in our online system. So that's going on. We know that the effort of that's going to take at least a couple of years. And so we do have funding for that to go through, and we'll keep the board appraised as how that moves forward. That concludes my report on that.
Thank you. So I have a question. Before you go back. So how many licensee actually have email connectors? Just say when we send all the notification, how many percentages through the email and also the renewal with electronic way, not by paper?
Right now, in working with OIS, we're at about 75% adoption of licensing using our online system, and they all provide our emails with that one. But we have learned between our legacy system, licensing system, and our new Connect system, we have about 98% of the licensees' emails, right? So
we have 90. 98%
Yeah, right.
licensees email.
Right,
Wow, that's very astonishing.
right.
A very high adoption rate. Yeah.
Very good, very successful. Thank you. So the other words, if we send out email, they should all get notice.
True. And one of the reasons we have that higher number is in developing our CE audit module, one of the main ways we're going to be working with that is through email. And so we just did an effort to combine both of those emails. So we pushed both of them back and forth. So we've used the email list from both of them to complete a more complete email roster, I guess to say.
That's brilliant.
And we'll be looking to introduce email renewal notifications as well. At the moment, it's just postcard, and we're looking at developing the email notification as well. Now, the emails used in the Connect system do allow us to have a more complete licensing listserv function and reaching out for license of critical communications for our licensees. But again, we don't send all of our notifications to all licensees. We only send the board meeting items, for example, primarily just to the interested stakeholders list. So.
Okay,
And,
so you send the meeting notification to all the email list? Oh, no.
Interested stakeholders only. Mm-hmm.
Stakeholder only.
And just to kind of on this topic, the board right now requires licensees to give an address of record where they want to be communicated. And so the official way of notifying is by mail through postcard. But we do know that we have much more response time with email, right? But we don't have that ability to have that be our system of record. But what Ben was talking about was that we will just duplicate the reminder postcards with email coming from the licensing system. And that'll also drive them to the licensing system, which gives us more automation. It takes a little bit of load off staff too as well for them to use that system. So we really appreciate when you renew online.
So that make me think about licensing enforcement is a separate item, but they work together. Same person. So I'm thinking we have 90% of the licensee email address. Can we do like twice a year, give them notifications that, hey, have you renewed your war license? When you renew your license, we'll give them reminder. How about that? License, email does not really cost much, right? Cost the staff time, but does not cost as much as a postcard.
When the wall license first came into place, we did a number of notifications to licensees. And at the staff level, we've been discussing the fact that we need to do that. So it definitely is something that would be helpful, I think. So that's a good suggestion.
When we send email, each individual, so it take a lot of time to send all the over 10,000.
Automated.
No, we can get that automated actually with the new system, right? We
Oh, you have
just
system.
have one message and it would be dispersed to everybody.
Okay, so that's doable, right?
Very much so.
So I think I would suggest like a regularly remind them, especially for the first beginning, we implement something new. Instead of waiting for them to violate and to be complained, and we have to enforce it, have an easy solution. Yeah, give them remind.
We can
like to
definitely
work to compliance rather than enforcement for sure.
Exactly. And we can definitely send a reminder. I would caution about sending regular reminders on this because then the people that are compliant are having to receive additional emails on this, and they are at time of renewal and with the reminder on the postcard being informed that they need to do it. So it is in front of them. There's a conscious disregard for it at that point.
Yeah, this is a public membership only. I think it's any way we can keep the track in the data to show this category already have a wall license. This category don't have it, replied it, or submitted the wall license. Maybe we don't distract the whole mailing system. Some way we can do that might be great.
I think a targeted approach like that would be doable and would be effective.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there more email inquiries to the board since this automation system active installed?
I'm not quite understanding your question. You're saying, since we've
If-
had
if-
the online system, do we have more email contacts? Yes, definitely, very much so.
Okay.
Because to register, they have to offer their email.
That's good. Thank you.
Any more comments from the board member? Okay, so we open comments to the public in the room. Pick alternate.
Neil Miller, Cal Atma. A couple things. Is this email list available? Like, can someone else get access to that list so that, and my example is this. You guys did a survey last year, or the year before, and it was unreceived, unresponsive. It was not statistically significant. Had that survey gone out, an association could have gotten that and then sent it, resent it out, or, we're trying to build on the communication. So if you send something out and you're not getting any response, we would like to work with you. And that was just an example of the survey. And going back historically, the board used to put out I forget the exact name of it, but they put something out that was an update once a year. I think it was a couple of times they did it twice a year. So there was a series of regulations that went out. They did that. If there was something about the wall license, they went out. It was just an update. So there was like basically 2 times that you got communicated when your license was up for renewal, and at the first of the year or in the middle of the year, the board sent something out that was an update. And yesterday there was a woman who spoke about she didn't know that she could get the update. She didn't know that she could be invited to these meetings, that they were open. And I think there's a lot of people that don't really pay attention. You went to school, you never went to a board meeting. We really don't know what it is. And I think that we can get a much better outreach by, after we pick the calendar for next year, that would be something that would be in there. Next year's board meetings are in San Diego and here and here and here. And just to, increase the communication, and this email thing is list. I don't know if you could give that list out or if it's available, but just to put out there, we want to work with you to be able to get the word out there, and having some sort of yearly update. It's not a big deal. It was just a 1-page, 3-fold over, and it informed people of little things like how to get informed of enforcement, how to get in, and how to go online and look at that stuff. And it really, I thought it brought a lot more people into the fold. I was teaching a lot more at that time, and I would remind them, how do you do this? And there isn't that connection now. So we'd like to work with you on that.
Mr. Miller, just to clarify, are you asking for the board to share its email list with the professional associations?
I asked if that was a possibility.
Just to clarify, that would probably not be legally allowed under the Information Practices Act. The emails would be considered private information.
But the address of record is public record. So you can do mailings as a professional association.
Right, but you'd have to go through and, get them all down, as opposed
Yes, you
to,
do.
hey, you guys have a list. Can, the board can make some money by, this is the list of the licensees or email addresses. Here's the list. It's a public list. Can we buy that list?
The addresses are publicly available in the open data portal.
I think I just
Free.
I just stated in the beginning of this meeting, association do your job and the board do board's job. We have different role, different resource, so association can work on a lot different ways. As legal already answered, it's impossible to have a government resource to the association.
Right.
As the email list is privacy, right? Yes. So there's a law.
And there are laws requiring the address of record to be public. So that's out there.
Okay.
Yes, it's very clear. We have a legal here. Thank you for your
Yeah, the
intention.
whole idea behind it is how can we get your outreach
Thank you for your
out there better.
intention to help the other members. Thank you.
We can continue collaborating. Thank you.
Any comments from online?
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And I do have a request from Chulong Zhu. And Chulong, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Oh, thank you. A simple question, just following up the Neil's question about the mailing list. I actually say like, for example, the board meetings. A lot of people actually are interested, but they don't know. They don't have the information. And then if the board can do, a email to all the LSCs, whoever on the mailing list, send out all the board meeting information, before the meeting every time. So that will be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chulong.
And I'll just also remind the public that the board just sent out the information about its board meetings to its listserv. The professional associations are also welcome to take that information and send it out to their mailing list that they may have.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Rona Ma. And Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I just looking my information from the acupuncture board. I saw my name, I see my license number, and I see where I practiced. Actually, right now I have 2 sites to practice. I have 2 wall licenses. Even the second one, I sent the board never issued to me. But that is only the one in Fremont. I should have another one in Campbell. I don't know. So the board will list all the sites I'm practice or only one. So that is my question.
So I think this is more personal question. You could email to the board.
No. I mean, when you list, for example, I have 2 practice locations. So in the information, you only list 1 or 2 or 3. So that is my question I ask.
All locations must be registered with the board.
So in my case, you only list 1, not the second one. Even I paid the license, the fee, $50 for the wall license, but the information is not there.
We're sorry for the confusion. Please reach out to the board licensing unit to address your concern.
Okay, so I just you make sure, for example, maybe you can put this is wall license issued, okay? So whoever apply.
30 seconds.
That is maybe another thing, you can try. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment on WebEx.
Thank you, Mr. Herder.
Thank you for letting me report to the board.
So before we continue next item, maybe we all take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11:15. Good morning, still good morning. So we continue this morning's session, and we made a little adjustment because we will have ACOM's representative I think the executive officer, Ms. Mike McKenzie, and Jason, right? Okay. So because they are out of state, for their convenience, we move this item earlier to now. Welcome, Mr. Mark McKinsey and Jason Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen and members of the board and the executive officer, Odia, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present to the board. My name is Mark McKenzie. I'm the executive director of the Accreditation Commission for Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. With me today is Jason Wright, our director of accreditation services. At the request of your executive officer, we've put together a brief PowerPoint that was presented or provided to Ben Budia, and Jason will go ahead and give the address. The PowerPoint's going to address ACOM's program naming policy, English language proficiency requirements, pandemic-related temporary flexibilities, and ACOM's distance education policy. We'll be happy to address any questions that you may have at the end of the presentation. Jason.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to the board, the DCA, Ben Bodea. Finally, nice to finally be able to attend one of these board meetings. I know we've been working at it for several years to try and have ACOM present for a meeting. As Mark mentioned, my name is Jason Wright. I'm the Director of Accreditation Services. I work with schools. I schedule the site visits and do a lot with school review. To one of the earlier questions that came up in looking at, assuming that your list of approved educational and training programs is current on the CAB website, just wanted to give you a status of who the schools are that we work with or how many there are. That current list has 28 institutions listed, but some of those are multiple campuses and one is actually a closed institution and 3 are not accredited. So within the list of schools that you have up there, there's 24 institutions that we currently work with as accredited institutions, and 15 of those are in California. And then I'll have other data about which ones are accredited for distance education when we get a little later in the presentation, but that gives you a ballpark of how many schools both CAB and ACOM share interaction with. Next slide, please. So we had a request from the board to talk about the program naming policy. ACOM went through quite a few years of surveying the profession on a national level about program naming, primarily around one of the initiatives around that was the use of the term Oriental and the fact that that had become less politically favorable over time. Eventually, the commission implemented a policy in March of 2020 and eventually landed on a full required implementation date of January 1, 2024 for when the program names needed to be adopted by the institutions and implemented. You can find the details in that hyperlink that's there that'll take you to the policy on our website. The 2 programs that relate to the California Acupuncture Board activities would be the Master of Acupuncture with a Chinese herbal medicine specialization and the Doctor of Acupuncture with a Chinese herbal medicine specialization, the entry-level doctoral program. There are some flexibilities in what full name schools adopt. They're allowed to either use or not use the terms specialization, Chinese, and they could also incorporate an of science designation. So for example, a common one is a Master of Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine, has been a replacement now for what commonly was called a Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine or a Master of Oriental Medicine in the past. Could also be a Master of Science in Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. We do still have one program name, the Advanced Practice Doctoral Program, that continues to use the term Oriental in its name. That's the DAOM program, of which there are several in California, but they're not license eligible programs. So I don't believe there's California Acupuncture Board oversight relevant to those programs. the commission is still exploring the policy for that DAOM program, and we expect to have a public announcement about our process with that one sometime in the near future. We'll take all the questions at the end because I only have a handful of slides. So next slide, please. There's a question from the board about addressing what the English language proficiency requirements currently are for our programs. All programs must have admissions policies that include explicit English language proficiency requirements and that are consistent with students succeeding within the program. So there's some flexibility within that about how programs develop those specific English language proficiency requirements for students that are from the United States. The Commission has prescribed within its accreditation standards that there are specific requirements for international applicants who are coming into the United States to study in our programs whose native language is not English. So there are a variety of ways that English language proficiency can be demonstrated by international applicants, one of which is previous education delivered in English, and the other one is a completion of a standardized assessment, for example, a TOEFL score or an IELTS score. There's a myriad selection of standardized testing options listed under criterion 502 in the standards for schools to use when they're admitting international applicants. Next slide, please. Then there was a question, and this relates to both distance education and how the Commission handled clinical training and program operation throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to note that the Commission made no changes to its accreditation standards under the COVID-19 emergency waivers. The pandemic flexibilities were specifically about allowing institutions to deliver both classroom and clinical training via distance education delivery. So the programs were still required to complete all of their clock hours and credits for the overall program and for all of their clinical training activities. And then programs were required to meet all of the assessment activities to determine that students had achieved professional competencies, all the same as if the pandemic had not occurred. What we allowed was for schools that had not previously been doing that via distance ed delivery, they were allowed to during the pandemic. Those temporary flexibilities were lifted by the Biden administration, and the national emergency expired on October 7, 2023. So at that point, schools either had to discontinue all of their distance ed activity or have achieved distance ed accreditation from ACOM. Next slide, please. So we have the distance education policy. Under that policy, all programs must receive accreditation from the Commission for Distance Ed if they wish to deliver any portion of their program. So it means if they're even delivering a portion of just one course, they do have to run through ACOM for distance ed accreditation. And we have had the majority of our programs have pursued distance ed accreditation, and it's a wide range of what level of distance ed programs have incorporated. Some are doing it in a very limited capacity, some are doing it in a much larger capacity. There are certain thresholds and limitations that the Commission does not allow to happen via distance ed delivery, and those are fairly obvious from just a logical perspective. First off is courses that require hands-on skill development. For instance, acupuncture point location skills, physical exam, and clinical techniques all need to happen via in-person synchronous classroom delivery. Now, portions of that instruction can be delivered via distance ed. For instance, in an acupuncture point class, you might have the point functions discussed during a distance ed delivery, but the actual point location time would be hands-on with a faculty member face-to-face. And then obviously for things like Western physical exam or the application of clinical techniques like acupuncture needling, cupping, gua sha, Tuina would all happen in in-person training setting. Next slide, please. And then The clinical training also, vast majority must occur face to face. There was feedback from schools during the pandemic that there was some value to allowing a portion of the observation hours that are required via distance ed. And so of the ACOM's minimum 150 hours of observation, a school could offer half of those hours via distance ed, but they have to do at least a minimum of 75 hours of the 150 total face-to-face, in-person, and clinic. And then all of the clinical internship, which is the time when students are actually delivering patient care, all of that has to be completed in person via synchronous learning in the clinical setting for the entry level and certificate programs. And the entry level program are the Master of Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine that we talked about, and the entry level doctoral program in acupuncture and herbal medicine. And then for the advanced practice DAOM programs, they had to do at least the minimum hours of clinical training that are specified under 702 must also be completed in person. So very little clinic can be accomplished via distance ed. That remains the old-fashioned way. And next slide. I think that may be all we have. Yes, so that we are open to questions if anyone has any.
Okay, board member Liang, please. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Jason Wright.
Thank you. You're welcome.
This is Gregory Leong, a public member. I heard UCSF discontinued their acupuncture training classes. I'm wondering, is that true, and why, and what can we do about it?
If I'm understanding you correctly, that would be UCSF's training for medical providers?
Yes.
So
they
ACOM does
used
not
to have,
oversee.
acupuncture training.
Yeah, ACOM does not oversee any acupuncture training programs for other healthcare professionals at this time. So the UCSF would be governed by their accreditor and how that interacts with the medical profession, but that's not something that's within ACOM's purview right now.
And to add, they were not one of our approved institutions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I want thanks Mr. Wright and Mr. McKinsey to present to the board. And I have a few questions. I understand you are working on the names, but currently I get asked by the patients because we do see there's various degrees. So where is the website? Or somewhere can give us some help. I can say, go look at this website. This title means this type of education, the hours. Something, yes.
On ACOM's website, there are a variety of places you could point people. One would be the program naming policy on ACOM's website under the policy tab. Another would be the accreditation standards, which talks about the different levels of the programs and how they relate. If you were curious about what programs are offered by various institutions and the names utilized by those institutions both now and in the past, that would be the directory of accredited institutions under the directory tab on ACOM's website.
Thank you. Yeah, the reason I know you mentioned about this website, but recently there was a question. So this is maybe some we can list it in the handbook or in the, just for the public, we'll know how many hours different degrees have gone through with the different hours. My second question, thank you for answering that. My second question is currently, I see the accreditation with a different state have a different hours training. Sometimes the public will ask certain state have 4,500 hours. And here we have a minimum of 3,000 hours. Maybe there's others are different. So with those kind of information, we can all direct patients to this website with the policies, program naming.
No, so ACOM doesn't deal with individual state professional licensure. There is a centrally located map with connections to some of that information via the National Certification Commission of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, the NCCAOM, that offers the certification exams that are accepted for licensure in all of the states that license acupuncture except for California. Aside from that, it would be inquiring at each individual state to determine what their specific licensure requirements are, because there's a great deal of variability across the 47, I think it is, states and District of Columbia that license acupuncture. For instance, you can have states where there is no herbal training required, so there's just a Master of Acupuncture level training, which is significantly shorter than a training program that includes herbs. And then you have a number of states that exceed ACOM's minimum requirements, California being one, Nevada being another. You have others that also exceed ACOM's minimum requirements for what the student needs to enter into the program before they complete their degree. For instance, some states require that the student have completed a bachelor's degree in addition to their master's or doctoral level training for professional training in acupuncture. So there's a lot of variability across the states. ACOM is not the central house for that information. The NCCAOM is one organization that keeps a fairly accurate tab on that information, but if you want the true answer, it's going state by state to each individual licensing body.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wright. I promise you, this is my last question. The last one here, you mentioned about the 12 score is a 61. If this is because of, in the state, we have a 3 license, Korean license, Korean language license, and then there's English, there's a Chinese language license exam. Currently the 12 score, this is for the students in the future for the international, or this is for the students actually here right now in the school? That's just, I would like to have some clarification.
That was implemented, fully adopted for all programs, regardless of language of delivery, several years ago. I'm trying to find the specific year. But it does apply to all programs, regardless of language of delivery and regardless of program level. So if the program's offered in Korean or Mandarin Chinese, the same English proficiency requirements for international applicants apply.
So currently the students are registered in the schools, like they study in Koreans, or study in Chinese. So all the students know they must take the TOEFL exam before they get the credit from.
They would need to demonstrate English language proficiency to be admitted to one of the ACOM accredited programs for license eligibility. If they're coming in from having studied in Korea or in China and pursuing California license eligibility, then that's up to the state to deal with. But if they're coming in to study acupuncture and herbal training at one of the ACOM accredited institutions, then they would need to meet those requirements that are listed under criterion 5.02.
Thank you for the clarification. So basically the one from out the country, from another country, those are the ones need to take the proficiency exam, such as like a TOEFL exam.
Yeah, if they're coming in and pursuing a student visa, for instance, an F1 visa to study in the United States, they would have to demonstrate English language proficiency. There are a variety of ways to do that under criterion 5.02, one of which is one of those standardized exams. Could also be if they studied undergraduate or other higher ed in English, or even high school in English, that could meet the requirement.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright.
You're welcome.
No more questions.
This is Member Francis Kim. For this English proficiency, is this implemented to protect the consumer or to uphold the standard of the education?
Both.
Both. Okay. So let's say there's a student came from out of the country and they have a limitation in English proficiency because their English, their language is not native language is not English, but they exist in their program, and if they acquire the license, then if they cannot pass this requirements, then it's blocking them to practice acupuncture in this country, right?
If they came in with no acupuncture training and they wanted to pursue training in the United States, then they would need to demonstrate English language proficiency to begin that program.
To protect the public
and the quality of education, both, correct.
What if because the reason why I'm asking is this: what if say the person happens to be the master of acupuncture, and they can speak English much, then
If they've
all
already
they can do is,
if they've already completed a training program in another country, then ACOM education is not necessary. They would demonstrate proficiency to either take the NCCOM exam or to take the CALE and to meet the relevant licensing requirements in the states that they apply. It's common for practitioners trained in Korea or China or other countries to use their foreign training to demonstrate proficiency to make them eligible for licensure in a particular state.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if they're master of acupuncture and all they have to do is just hire an interpreter, then they can practice. But with this requirement, maybe it'll block them to practice in the United States.
If I may step in here, I think, and maybe this will help clarify, or at least for myself, there's the foreign applicant route that the state oversees, and then there's the ACOM accreditation. And so I'm trying to see if the distinction is, if there's a foreign trained individual coming to California that does not speak English, they would only need to meet the education requirements to qualify via the foreign applicant route. Now, if they have to take classes to meet that education, then they would need to meet whatever requirements of the institution that they're going to, being a board-approved program. They would be attending a board-approved school, which has ACOM accreditation. However, if they take the exam in English and they're fully qualified, there is no requirement for that. But ACOM only addresses when the individual touches upon the American educational institutions.
Yeah, so I think this requirement is kind of is not sometimes doesn't fit for some of the master from other countries to come here and practice. The reason being is, if the practitioner cannot speak English or they cannot communicate with the patient, they cannot make a practice here or business. Same way, but you are putting this requirement in as a standard requirement, standard of education. It might be obstacle for, because native language, what you're saying is English is the native language and in the standard of education in this country, but actually all this skills and academic principles are coming from out of state, out of country, in different language. So you should reconsider this one.
I also want to just clarify again, our requirements are for students studying acupuncture, not for master practitioners from other countries. If they come in And thank God they do come in. And there are some amazing practitioners in this country from China, from Korea, from Japan, et cetera. And they're able to get licensed in practice. They do not have to go through the educational process, and they're not required to go through that requirement. Again, the requirement is just for students that are entering into the educational programs, not for clinicians. I hope that helps clarify.
But in some cases like this, just executive officer just mentioned, some of their curriculum doesn't meet the standard of this acquiring this license in the state, requires them to register the school, then they're going to have to follow this requirement.
Yes, that would be correct. And I understand your concern.
Okay, I hope you reconsider these requirements. And then another one is I've been a preceptor for doctoral osteopathy medical school students for some years. And then since they don't have a medical center for this university, so what they do is first half of their years in the classroom, and then the second half of their curriculum is at the preceptor clinics. So they call it clinical rotation. I just figured out that average enrollment students in the acupuncture school in the States are between less than 50 to maybe 200, but I guess the enrollment is getting low, and requiring them to go out and have more experience in the better clinical setting, or more opportunities to see more various medical setting should be considered, so that they can have more opportunity to see and hands-on experience, rather than just the 75-hour restriction. So I would say maybe half of their curriculum, the clinical training, can be electively done in maybe faculty's clinic or outside of school clinic if they wish it to. What do you think about that?
That's possible if schools construct their clinical training set up to have those variety of clinical opportunities. That's acceptable under ACOM standards. That's not related to the distance ed that we were talking about.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, Mr. Kim. And any board member?
Yes, I do have a question. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright and Mr. McKenzie. My name is Ruben Osorio. I am a board member. I have a question going back to the hours that are the requirement, as you were saying, that the hours that we have here is 35 or minimum.
3,000 minimum.
Yeah, minimum. But there's other states that have a very low hours of training. Now, it's not a luxury for us to have a minimum of 3,000. It's for the safety. And I don't understand why there could not be a standardized method that will accommodate and protect the public.
State licensure standards are not the purview of the accreditation agency. That's a state-by-state decision. So that would be for a professional association to lobby to open up all the state regulations across the country, but that's not the purview of an accreditor.
All right, thank you.
This is Gregory Leon, board members. I heard about VA hospital offer acupunctures for PTSD and some mental disease, mental health, especially suicide and drug addictions. I want to know, what do you think about it? And is there any study or research data?
I'm not sure that's a question that's relevant to the accreditation standards. That sounds more like a professional practice question.
Okay.
Okay, so I have two questions. One about language. First of all, thank you, Mr. Wright, for your excellent the presentation. Is very rare opportunity since the COVID. When I served the board for 4 years, we have not really have the information in the meeting from you. And so thank you for make this first presentation after COVID, and I will hope we have more cooperation in next year. So my question first about the language. So for what I understand, some school, they also allow Duolingo. Is that the ECOM regulator or allow? And you mentioned here from material, I saw TOEFL, but you also mentioned IELTS. So I know some school allow Duolingo, DUOLINGO. So all those 3 English tests are all acceptable, right?
There are 9 assessment tools listed in Criterion 502 as options. Duolingo.
And Duolingo is one of them.
Yes, correct.
Oh.
Mr. Wright, is it possible to read that to us? I don't.
The options then? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we have the test of English as a foreign language internet-based test. So that's TOEFL IBT. Do you want the scores as well, or just the tests themselves?
Yeah, if we could have that in the public record, if it's not too much
Sure.
information.
The total score for that one would be 61. The International English Language Testing System, which is IELTS, under the academic format. The acceptable score is their overall band of 6. The Duolingo English test, score of 90. China Standard of English Language, CSE. The acceptable score is CSE 6. Cambridge First Certificate in English, acceptable score C. Cambridge English Advanced, acceptable score C. Common European Framework Reference, acceptable score B2. Occupational English Test, acceptable score 250, C. And a Pearson Test of English Academic, acceptable score overall 45.
Thank you for clarification. Are all these 9 optionals available on the for the schools?
Yes, those are published in Accreditation Criterion 5.02, which is the one that talks about admissions requirements, which includes the English language proficiency requirements.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's also
So-
the other options of the education that could be completed in English to demonstrate English language proficiency.
So that's as the provide the proof or demonstration of their English proficiency. So can take all these 9 different options. That's the only like 9 options. When a couple years ago, I heard some applicants, licensee examination applicants, they can go to community college for 2 years. Community college, if they finish that, while they are the international applicant, so they will be considered as English proficiency. Do you still have that?
Yes, if they
policy?
complete a certain amount of English, of education delivered in English, that would make them eligible without having to complete one of those proficiency exams. And there's a variety of options available in Criterion 5.02.
Okay, thank you so much for all the details.
You're welcome.
So I asked some school, so I got the impression like ACOM has all this listing, but the school actually, you don't check each the student details, right? You just accredit the school, and the school actually interview each individual and check to see their English will be considered the English proficiency. So school actually takes the responsibility. Is that right?
That's correct. But when ACOM does comprehensive reviews for continuing accreditation or for initial accreditation or pre-accreditation of programs, one of the areas that the site team will validate is whether the institution is following all of ACOM's requirements. For instance, the admissions requirements, they would typically do a review of admissions records to verify that the institution and program are following the requirements that are prescribed by ACOM's accreditation standards.
Okay, thank you. So I have no further question about this.
Madam President, if I may add a comment, I just wanted to extend a gratitude to both Mr. Wright and Mr. McKenzie for today's presentation, as well as for showing up in August of last year when we were holding a meeting at the first invitation. Unfortunately, our enforcement petition hearing went longer than we anticipated, and they were not in our time zone and were not able to present this information in the past. So we are grateful for this presentation now and for your patience from the previous meeting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Ben.
So I have the second question is about the degree naming. We have so many different, we have a master's degree of acupuncture, master's degree of acupuncture plus herb, and a doctor degree of acupuncture, doctor degree of acupuncture plus herb, and a doctor degree of oriental medicine. Like a board member, Mr. Osorio, mentioned this big difference amongst the states from maybe 1,900 hour to 4,500 hour. So yes, I understand the state regulate their own laws, regulations, requirement. But for ACOM, what standard do you think is appropriate? Is it possible to give us some thoughts, like in the future?
Right now, what we consider appropriate is what's published in our accreditation standards.
So you think it is, right now, this is set with 5 different degrees, 2 certificates. This is appropriate for now. And my question is, in the future, do you think any possibility to further unify the degree naming? Because I think at the board's position, probably it's better unify the degree naming, good for consumers to better understand the qualification of the acupuncturist.
Some of the biggest challenge that we had with unifying into one program name is that there are more states that don't require herbs than states that do require herbs. And there was a strong statement from both states, well, from schools that offer the programs, that they wanted program name to differentiate whether students studied herbs or not. Because there certainly could be a reality of calling it a Master of Acupuncture or a Doctor of Acupuncture and leaving it to the school's curriculum whether the herbal training is included or not, because many states don't require that herbal training for licensure eligibility. But there was strong consensus from the professional organizations, the schools in particular, that they wanted to maintain that differentiation to know, so that you would know from a degree designation whether the student studied herbal medicine or not.
I totally understand. Thank you for explanation. So probably this is the frustration for one state or a lot of states, because the difference, this is just a reality. I understand. So I noticed that actually Mr. Malcolm McKinsey has PhD from China. So had that's the highest education of acupuncture and Asian medicine profession. And also Mr. Wright, you also are LAC and both are professionals. So I trust your thoughts, your the vision. So you understand the whole country's profession very well. But here, I also read the website. There's on the first page said till 2030. Before 2030, you have a policy to allow all the master degree acupuncture practitioner to take some couple hundred hour training to get a doctor degree. So what does I want ask? What does mean the timing 2030? Does that mean you foresee like predict after 2030 maybe master degree will be not accredited, only doctor degree?
That was a change that was put up for public comment, and we'll have an announcement coming soon about the results of that public comment consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
Public comment?
Public comments?
My name is Neil Miller, representing Cal ATMA. We have many, many associations in California. I'm very active. I don't know any associations in California that were surveyed, zero. And I've discussed it with other associations. No one I know that has been surveyed about these questions that they're asking. Some of the schools in California, Alhambra, Meiji, their degree that they're working on is the Doctor of Acupuncture and Integrative Medicine. And that seems to be getting a lot more traction. What we do in California, not just based on ours, but on the public's perception and expectation of what it is that we provide, since it's been part of our culture for a long time, is different than the rest of the country. That's why we have our own exam. So I'd like to know, and I'd also like to point out that in California, our professional associations put forth effort to have an entry-level doctorate 30 years ago. And we're still waiting, 1993, and they said, well, it's going to take us about 10 years, maybe 15 years, and we're still dragging our feet, waiting for the rest of the country. You know, the public here and the profession would like to really upgrade ourselves. Many of the schools, especially the Asian language associations, are all pushing for entry-level doctorate. Here, we don't know what to do because nobody's listening on this from ACOM to us. You know, we want to be able to establish what it is for the citizens of California, what it is that we call ourselves. We want to be sensitive to the rest of the country, but a third of the acupuncturists in the country are here. And you can't say that you surveyed us when nobody I know has been surveyed. So I kind of feel like we're getting the short end of the stick a little bit. And maybe you could answer, or the board can comment on what we can do for us. I mean, we go through ACOM, we go through this, but it's not really to the best interest of our citizens. The education is too low, and why do we keep leaning on these lower standards? I think we can do better. I think our public deserves better.
Yeah, Neil, Mark McKenzie will at least address your comment. First thing you could do, actually, we do have a subscribe function on our website. If you go on to acom.org and under contact, go ahead and enter your information, and that'll put you on our subscription list. And so you'll get notified of all public comments going forward. When we do public comments, they're sent out to all schools, National Certification Commission, the ASA or the AAOM, typically national organizations for which have contacted us, and we have contact information. So apologize that your organization did not get specifically addressed, but if you subscribe to our website, I'll make sure that going forward that gets taken care of. And as far as the state requirements, that is a state requirement as far as the hours. So that's something to take up with your acupuncture board there. And we do have an entry-level doctorate available. So that's what those standards are set up to be. It's not exclusionary because there are a number of states that do not offer doctoral programs or allow doctoral programs in acupuncture to be taught within the state and don't require it. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, we haven't yet seen a state make a change to their licensure requirements to up the game, to raise it from a master's to a doctoral. There have been discussions at a few state levels, but those have not come to fruition. But if California wanted to be the groundbreaker for that, you certainly could.
That's good to know. Just note back to you that the acupuncture board lists over 15 different associations that are in our state, and because we have such a diverse language group here, it might be to your advantage to also reach out to us. If you really want to reach out to a third of the acupuncturists and get us involved, that might be an easy way for us to work on this. And I really appreciate your feedback and your comments today. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any more public comments? So not in this room, we open to online comments.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and I do have a request from Chulong Shu from AACMA. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you. This is Chulong again. My comment was, as we know, more than 15 years ago, ACOM actually there was have a plan, want to transfer our entry-level degree of acupuncture from master degree to doctor level degree, and that was happening more than 15 years ago. But however, it didn't happen. So now we know we have an entry-level curriculum set up, but it seems to be it's up to you. You want to do it, or you don't want to do it. So my question is that does ACOM have any plan to have any timeline again to transfer all the way from master degree to entry-level degree in national level? I know this is there is issues in the legislation in different states, but in the ACOM level, do you have any plan or can you do anything for that part? So of course, that is also something to do with we did mention the education standards, including training hours and different contents. That also is the big issues of our profession in the US, because at the moment, the acupuncture is the only professions, healthcare profession in the US don't have an entry-level degree that is doctor degree. So that, and we not just the confusing of the title of our profession, degree of profession, also the standard of the educations. So that was my question. So to see ACOM, in the ACOM point of view, anything you can do for that? Thank you.
Sure. I'll take a first stab at that. No. The easy answer to your question is no, we don't currently have any plans to do this. We've spent literally years and years dealing with program degrees, and this is what we've ended up with. but all of our standards are open to public comment and suggestions to address any issues that people see. So while we understand that, having the degree titles that we do, it does create some confusion. It does also address the issues between acupuncture and herbal medicine that Jason was talking about previously. So while right now there's nothing on our plans other than the announcement we expect to come out regarding the advanced professional degree, the DAOM, and that it should be probably within the next month. I'd imagine that public announcement will come out. But thank you for your comments.
And an additional comment is generally across professions, that level of a sea change from a master's as an entry level to a doctoral as an entry level is driven by the profession, which then drives it through state licensure, and then typically education responds to those initiatives. So if the profession as a entity on a national level were to make a strong push for an entry-level doctoral to be the license eligibility avenue for acupuncture within the United States, then that would be valuable stakeholder input that would very likely drive the commission in a direction to adopt such a change. But that has to come from the groundswell of the stakeholder group of the professionals out there in the field to be advocating for that level of mandatory educational increase. The other piece that we run into is that we have a strong interest from our school school stakeholder group to want to maintain our current entry level requirement for admissions, which we've talked quite a bit about the English language proficiency, but within that, there's also the minimum requirement of 60 undergraduate credits of education to be eligible to enter the master's program. And there's been resistance historically from the educational institutions to raise that 60 requirement any higher. But I would say that you won't find healthcare professions that go to a master's level training, and certainly not a doctoral level training, that are anything less than a 90 undergraduate requirement to get in, and most require a bachelor's degree. And there's hesitancy, I believe, at the school level, given the concerns for student loan debt, to be automatically requiring additional education and student loan investment that's outside the professional education track that might further indebt your students to federal financial burdens.
Thank you for the explanation. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests on WebEx.
Okay, so no more comments. Thank you for the board member and the public comments. And especially thank you for Dr. Mark McKenzie and Mr. Jason Wright for your dedication, your time, and your very patient explanation to all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you all.
Okay, so let's finish CCOM report update before we take a break, because I'm thinking probably they are waiting also out of state. So please, CCOM, we are ready.
Moderator, if you can please check if Director Rickheimer and President Kouo is available for their presentation.
Right. This is the moderator. Should have promoted them both up to panelist.
Thank you. Good morning, President Kouo. Or
Hello.
afternoon in your time zone. Oh,
Yeah.
or-
All right. Just we'll get our PowerPoint up and we'll get started. Thank you. Thank you for your patience here. Here we go. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving us the time to meet with you today to update you on the work of the Council of Colleges for Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. My name is Thomas Kuo, and I am a proud graduate of a California acupuncture school and maintain my acupuncture license in California, where I started my practice and career some decades ago. I now live and work in the state of New Jersey, where I am the campus director for the Virginia University of Integrative Medicine's New Jersey campus, and I also serve as the president of the Council of Colleges. I have with me today our executive director, Kristen Rickheimer, who I will be assisting in today's presentation to you. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. Kristen, can you next slide? Happy Year of the Snake to you all. Well, with the idea of the snake being about shedding, we hope to be able to reach out and bring together our profession and foster a unified and new vision of where our profession will be to offer our graduates and the greatest potential to reach those who are in need of our great medicine. As a Council of Acupuncture Colleges, we are committed to serving our role in this movement and supporting and working collaboratively with leadership from the other pillars and organizations that form the backbone of our profession. Today, we hope to cover the following, as you can see. Our goals today are that you will have a better understanding of who we are, what we do, and what we are doing to lead to a better understanding of how our organizations can help each other towards our goals. The values of the California Acupuncture Board of consumer protection, collaboration, excellence, integrity, and professionalism are all shared values with us at the Council, which we promote through educational efforts happening at our schools. I would also like to offer that these values are held by our institutions on a natural level, joining our 37 member schools nationwide around a common ethic. Could we go to the next slide? So here, as an introduction, this slide shows our current leadership in the council. The group of 8 on the left being our executive committee, and the 3 on the right-hand column there being our organizational staff. And I just like to say that, this group, both on the left and on the right, really represent a hardworking group committed to doing the work of the council to support our institutions, to provide graduates with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do the work that is so needed in our pursuit of wellness. I'm going to now hand it over to our Executive Director, Kristen Rickheimer, who will review a little bit about our strategic plan.
Madam, I believe you're muted.
Oh.
Or is it a moderator? Is this something on our end?
No, this is the moderator. I am also not hearing any audio.
Okay.
Kristen, are you perhaps have your audio settings logged in or like called in, or if you could click the little arrow next to your microphone, check that WebEx is picking the correct microphone for you. And also I can put up some audio instructions up on the screen if you'd like.
Still don't hear, Kristen. Nope. Yeah.
You could try calling in on your phone by clicking audio and video up at the top of your WebEx screen. Click switch audio, and then that should allow you to call in on your phone and use the audio that way.
And while we're waiting for Kristen to fix her sound, just like to kind of talk a little bit about the issue that we had with the ACOM report in terms of the national doctorate level of education. We've had this conversation at the council as well, and there's certain difficulties. First and foremost is that as much as it makes sense to a lot of people, the idea of having a universal doctorate degree, entry-level doctorate degree, isn't. Our profession is not unified on that. I think some of the reasons that we are hearing in terms of some of the reasons as to why not to sunset the master's degrees are some of the things that we heard from Mark and Jason also, but some of our practitioners in our institutions being located in more rural areas where doctoral level education doesn't necessarily have as much meaning, perhaps, in terms of the amount of the expense of education versus the level of return on investment for a doctorate versus a master's. We also have issues of for example, certain states in which do not recognize doctoral level education in our field, such as New York. Surprisingly enough, New York Board of Regents has not recognized doctoral degrees. So, for example, all of our institutions that are in New York, we currently have 1, 2, 3. Am I missing any? 3 that are in New York that aren't able to offer doctoral level education. Now, one of our institutions that does have another campus in California, Pacific College, they are able to offer their doctorate through their Pacific College San Diego campus, but certainly not out of New York. So if we make that switch, essentially you may be closing down certain schools that are in places where they aren't able to offer doctoral education. So it's a bit of a complex issue. Not that is not worth considering and not worth moving forward, but it is a conversation that we are currently having, and that it's very nuanced. So so I just wanted to offer that also. Kristen, are you good?
This is the moderator. See, you got your audio connected. You're still going to control your mute and unmute from the computer session.
Okay, I am hoping
Now
you
we can hear
me
you.
Okay. My goodness, I apologize for that. Okay, so returning to just the next slide, will highlight the strategic plan for the Council of Colleges. So this overview of the strategic plan was developed in previous years, and it's actually something that the council is revisiting in the current year, and we have considerable amount of time dedicated to revisiting the strategic plan in the spring conference coming up in a month and a half or so. So essentially, the main goals are to promote and unify the profession and to strengthen and equip the practitioners. The organization is, planned destination is to be a recognized organization within the greater medical community. And, you can see some of the items included in this strategic plan, which include, claiming status in the medical community, elevating teaching and learning, and where these items address the profession and the practitioners, as well as our organizational effectiveness and organizational capacity. I'll touch on some of these strategy and areas of priority for 2025 and moving forward, but certainly expanding collaborations and clinical partnerships is a big approach of the council, and certainly as we've welcomed Thomas as the president in the last election, and as I've joined the organization in the last year and a half, we greatly appreciate being here and having the opportunity to present some updates from the council to the California Acupuncture Board. We'll touch on, again, some of these priorities and some of these areas, but wanted to give that overview to start. Thomas?
Yes. So what's next? We have our mission. It should be on the next slide. And you can kind of look at our mission, but our mission intersects with the mission of the cabinet, that we support and guide our institutions towards excellence and provide resources for graduates to be excellent in their medical art. This aids in the protection of the people of California by making sure that the graduates of California acupuncture schools are not only meeting but exceeding the standards set for the entry level of the profession. Guess we can move on to the next slide, or we can show the mission quickly and then move on to the next slide. This is our mission. And we can move on to the next slide. So our goals, well, we are a goal-oriented organization. Our goals center around our member institutions, but they extend to the betterment of our profession through our cooperative efforts in research, advocacy, and in the work we do through our Clean Needle Technique certification course as well. So we can move on.
All right, great. So thanks, Thomas, for that overview. Touching on just some facts and updates about the council, currently 37 member schools. The council administers the Clean Needle Technique CNT course and exam. We have approximately 16 committees that are focused on CCHM priorities and activities, and obviously there are volunteers from all of the schools who support the work of the committees along working in collaboration with the staff. We have in recent years conducted a social media investment. We did a significant survey of individuals and demographics for individuals who were choosing to attend member schools, acupuncture and herbal medicine schools, and have created a significant social media campaign. Include some images from that campaign to show you a little bit later. And the goal of that is to drive enrollment at member schools. In addition, of course, the council liaises with partners, as mentioned. This is a key priority, and working regularly with ACOM, with NCC-ALM, the ASA, and many others. And obviously, the council also participates as a member of the AHM Coalition, and we work collaboratively through those relationships. Next slide.
Yeah.
So some of the priority areas for the council in this year and beyond. One big area is the spring conference. The council has been fully virtual since COVID, since the pandemic. All of the Clean Needle Technique, of course, course and exam moved online, and the fall and spring conferences, we typically hold those 2 a year, have all been virtual. So returning in person, we are really excited to be back in person in April in conjunction with the ASA annual conference. Obviously, the council exists to support and promote the member schools to ensure that we're providing as much information and support as the schools need, and to create a strong collaborative network among the schools as well. Engaging with the members and really seeking that opportunity for feedback. We know the schools are facing, as the profession is facing, many challenges, and we just seek to be that convening body and ensure that we have that conversation going in both directions, in multiple directions. Faculty and administrator development has been a very high priority for the organization, and in the last year and a half, we've revitalized the Faculty Development Committee and also sought ways that we can address some of the key concerns and challenges facing the administration as well. And I'll share just a quick highlight of some of those workshops that we've had recently. As mentioned, the strategic plan and just revisiting the overview of that strategic plan, as well as those fundamental steps and goals underneath those overarching strategies for the council, make sure that it's current for the challenges facing the schools today. Strengthening and promoting CNT. So we do have, in addition to the CNT course and exam, obviously there's a review course. The 7th edition of the manual received an update last year, and those are all areas we want to make sure that people understand there's just continuous investment in improving and maintaining extremely high standards for that CNT exam for public safety. And as mentioned, strengthening those partner relationships is critical, and then updating technology for the council. In addition to that social media investment, we're making some updates, much needed updates to the website, but we started this year with the launch of the Council Connect portal, which is a new online portal for the schools to be able to get information and just modernize how they're able to access recordings of past educational workshops and have that meaningful discussion in between any in-person or virtual meetings that we have. Next slide. This next slide just touches on a few of the recent workshops. We have typically faculty development and administrator development workshops at our fall and spring conferences, and We spent a significant focus to increase the educational offerings in between those conferences to ensure that we have a steady flow of information and support for the members, and those are typically very well attended by our member schools. We were looking to do at least 2 workshops per quarter and to put those into the portal. So we did recently a session for faculty on the clean needle technique course and exam. It was focused on, the needed essentials for faculty who are teaching that information, not necessarily details of the exam, just ensuring excellence in faculty instruction. And that was very well received. Included the opportunity for schools to nominate someone to take the CNT review course at no cost to them, but then also for all faculty to attend the webinar and get some of those updates. We've done some updates for legal, legislative, and compliance updates for administrators addressing gainful employment, financial value transparency, and other aspects, and some other items that you can see there on the screen. Go ahead on to the next slide, and Thomas can take over and talk a little bit about the committees.
Yeah, before I talk about the committees, I just want to add that in terms of our priority areas, I would just like to add that we are planning to work with ACOM to reassess the needs of our practitioners to enter into what we call now the new entry-level post-COVID-19 pandemic world. We're looking into supporting our schools to make sure that our profession is pandemic proof and that we're able to truly engage in the emerging medical model based in preventative medicine. We recognize the great work done by the job task analyses by CAB and by the NCCOM, while we also acknowledge that this shift in medical ideology is happening right now. And we need to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve so we're able to continue to maximize our usefulness in service. So getting to this, we have about, I think, 16 committees, as we mentioned, 16 active committees or so, made up of volunteer members from our member college leaders, from our academics to our accreditation, to our faculty development, libraries, and legislative committees. All of the committee work is integral in helping the council to achieve its mission and its goals. Most recently, we have convened a president's council made up of the institutional presidents who help us to know best the needs of our colleges and how we can support their efforts. Let's move on.
Thanks, Thomas. So just a couple of highlights on our spring conference, that will be in conjunction with the American Society for Acupuncture's annual meeting, essentially 2 days prior to their meeting. And we, again, really looking forward to coming back together in person. We condensed what used to be a full week-long meeting into 2 days to make it more affordable and more accessible for more of our members to attend. And just generally, we expect our fall conference for 2025 certainly to remain virtual, and we'll likely try to maintain that calendar of having the conference, the spring conference, or one of the conferences each year in person and one virtual. While the location this year is in Arlington, Virginia, and it made sense to join with ASA for the meeting in the future, we hope that in-person meeting could move around potentially to the West Coast or more central location. Next slide. We wanted to share the overview of the schedule. Again, all of our member institutions are welcome to attend, both faculty or administration. And we have Thursday really focused on education strategy and networking, including a workshop, 90-minute workshop on entrustable professional activities led by Jennifer Brett from our executive committee, and also several other members that are participating in that, developing that schedule. We'll also be doing strategic planning, and then we have our general business meeting on Friday. Our committee meetings will take place in advance of, virtually in advance of the meeting, so that we can take as much information from those meetings and inform our discussions during the in-person session. Okay, next slide. again, just an update on our social media efforts, and we have invested significantly in some ads that help to promote both AHM education as well as the member schools themselves. We do have a specific effort to ensure we're targeting areas that surround the member schools so that individuals who may be considering this type of education are getting those ads placed in front of them. Obviously, we share updates from the council and often are sharing industry and partner news, as well as our member institutions news and updates. Next slide just shows a couple of, sort of collage of some of the recent announcements on our social media and also some of the ads that we share. Next slide is, again, just to provide a brief overview and update that the Connect member portal has been launched this year. We have separate communities for administrator and faculty, and we're seeking in the future, you can go to the next slide just for a quick visual. Also seeking if the possibility exists to put a student community together, and we also have our President's Council that Thomas mentioned now in the system and available to access materials and access conversations. So it has just been launched to the full membership, and we're looking at ways that we can maximize information there, information sharing and collaboration to support all of the members. Okay, and next slide, Thomas will share any closing remarks and any questions.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the portal is really exciting. It gives us a lot of opportunities, especially, with one of our new initiatives that we are working on now, which is connecting students from across the country, and having them be able to have a place where they can meet and share and share resources, talk about their education, ask questions. I think this is really a good way to kind of connect our profession, and moreover to connect the professionals from across the country. So again, really great opportunities that we have through the portal, and look forward to kind of developing that even more. I guess just, Kristen and I and the council would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. We are very grateful for the work that you do for our schools in California, and hope that we can have your support in making sure that that our great medicine thrives and grows in California and across our country. Thank you again for this opportunity to update you as to the activities of the council and to potentially support the work that you are doing. And I hope that we can step forward as a united profession for the benefit of all that we are able to reach and help in the pursuit of their health and wellness. I guess we can maybe take some questions, or if we have time.
Okay, thank you, President Thomas Cole. Teach me how to pronounce Cole. Thank you so much, and thank you for your goodwill for us to have a happy year of snake. And also, thank you very much for the detailed report from EO Christine Reikheimer. Is right? Okay. So board member, any comments?
Yeah, I have a quick question on this committee overview. What is this ad hoc committee California and the AOM ad hoc committee? Can you explain about this?
Yeah, so that committee is an ad hoc committee. So that committee was because we work with ACOM in terms of ACOM is the regulator, but we work in terms since we are the colleges that they regulate. We provide commentary, we provide requests, we work with them to make sure that what the regulations that they are putting forth are amenable to our schools. That committee was formed to work on the degree name of DAOM, as you know, because of the Oriental. We are switching off of that name. And so ACOM doesn't make the decision themselves. They were looking for the name change to come for the profession. So our schools and particularly the schools that have DAOM programs formed this ad hoc committee to discuss and make a recommendation as to the replacement of the title for the DAOM program. So that's what that committee was for.
First, I want to say it's really nice to get to see your face, and I really appreciated all your uplifting message. I have a few questions. Hope you don't mind.
Sure.
First is the members. It looks like only the school can be your member. I do see there's other association can be your member. So would you open up for certain integrated medicine program, which work with the hospitals? So what kind of criteria for membership? This is one question.
So certainly, our members are the ACOM accredited schools are able to join our council. So again, in the future, if the integrated medical schools or integrated medical programs are going to be going to be accredited by ACOM, then they would also become eligible to join our council. The schools that are accredited, of course, it is up to them whether or not they want to join the council. We are very happy to report that most of them do. We are talking to several that are not currently members that we hope will be joining us shortly.
Thank you for the clarification. The second one regarding your CNT, I'm strongly support that certificate. I think it is quite important, for the practitioner to stay updated. But I do have a few practitioner take the exam, had a very hard difficulty to do that. So I just want to know what kind of criteria, who can offer that? Is all the schools can offer? If this is I know this is under your jurisdiction to support for the certificate, but I would say like for medical world, we have CPR, we have a different certification required, update frequently, but it's very easy accessible. I think if we want to promote some, it might be easier for the provider. I know the staff, the acupuncturists, when they do this exam, take them days, hours to prepare the stuff. So is any possible easy access? I think for the barrier for the exam or certificate, in a way, is there any information on that? So is there any school can do this exam, can provide this exam?
So the training and the exam actually happens through the Council of Colleges. So the council has developed this program, administers the program, certifies the instructors and the proctors for the exam as well. Now, again, and we are happy that this is becoming, or is the national standard in terms of clean needle technique. Now, currently California doesn't necessarily require this, but this is something that we really believe that if we can make this a national requirement, this will be a big step in terms of unifying our profession. We have, since the pandemic, really made some changes to make the course and the actual exam administering much more accessible in terms of using online ways of administering the course content, as well as is probably not. We're still working on making it the best way, but also administering the exam online as well. So, I think, did I cover all the, Kristen, am I missing anything?
Yeah, but that's the part of the biggest complaint is this online process for the clean needle technique. So few providers, we kind of like encourage it because we have a hospital program. So we kind of encourage our providers to do it, but the biggest complaint is not easy accessible, and the online exam or the online process. It's very difficult for this certificate. I just want to give you the feedback. It's not easy to access, and is it possible the schools can offer that?
Okay, thank you. I will take this back to the CNT committee. I believe we've been really working on making sure that our online accessibility is getting better and better and better. Obviously, we had to switch really quickly during the pandemic, and so probably there was a time in which it was a little bit awkward, but certainly we've been making strides in there and continue to. So I appreciate that feedback. I will take it back to the committee, and we will make sure that we are constantly trying to make sure that the accessibility and the ease of the exam process is as easy as possible, so that we can reduce at least the stressful aspect of the exam from an administrative standpoint. That being said, of course, the content is quite extensive. Yeah, Kristen.
Thomas, just a quick addition. We appreciate the question and the feedback, and we have researched the possibility of offering, in addition to fully online version, using in-person test centers. Obviously, the content of the exam remains the same, but it removes a certain portion of the connection interface, but at this time we're not able to offer that. It is something that we'll continue to consider, and just to reinforce from Thomas's perspective, we are consistently revisiting the content of the exam, the questions on the exam, the accessibility of the exam, and working to make it as as stress-free of a still rigorous, but to make it as accessible as possible. So we certainly appreciate that feedback. As of now, it is only the council that can administer that exam. We don't necessarily see that changing, but we'll absolutely take that feedback into account, and we strive to improve.
Thank you very much for taking the time to explain and to present. Really appreciate your honesty and transparency. Thank you. No more further questions.
Okay. So we move to the public comment. Any comments from online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And I do have a request from Chulong Shu. And Chulong, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Well, thank you for giving the chance for me to give a comment. So as myself as a practitioner and also long-term faculty, that I noticed that the issues for some of our graduates, because we realize that some of the graduates, it's actually very hard for them to start their own practice. And even they start, very hard to get success of their practice. And based on the professional analysis of a CAP, I think it's done a year or 2 ago, that's showing the 53% of the practitioners who respond to the questionnaire, they say their actual annual gross income is less than 50,000. It was gross income, not net income. So that is sounds as a way, it's not a good situation. So I wonder, of course, this problem that could have a lot of factors contribute to this problem, but I think possibly education is one of the factors. So I wonder, so as an educator, institutes, CCOM, or other schools have any has been looking at these issues, and has any research or any thoughts about, is there anything that could be improved for the competency, clinical competency of our graduates on the acupuncture side and the education side? So that was my concern and question and comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. This is something that really is a great concern to the council, because obviously all of our schools are receiving the same feedback, and so we have this kind of discussion at the council a lot. I think in terms of our discussions, what we're seeing is that there's a couple ways to look at this. In terms of clinical skill, obviously, we believe that, you know, for the most part, our clinical skills for at the entry level are excellent. Now, what we seem to be lacking, and we see this consistently in a lot of the surveys and a lot of the feedback that we're seeing from people in the profession or our students, is a lack of or not enough training in the business areas, in practice management, in the development of understanding just basic business kind of skills, business resources, and that kind of thing. So this is something that we are at the council working really hard to try to find a way to provide resources for our institutions to provide to their students, and then of course to their graduates. We do recognize that a lot of what the schools have in terms of curriculum are bound by the competencies of 7.04 of the ACOM accreditation standards. And again, those were developed a long time ago, at a time that I think things have changed quite a lot since then. So we are in the process of reviewing those standards, and I think that this is something that is on the mind of the committee that is reviewing them. That is something that, again, has been floated around the council a lot. I think, you know, from a professional standpoint, we look at our profession that was, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, up until recently was not considered a healthcare profession. Only recently, so if you remember during COVID, you know, we were raising our hands to help, and essentially were sent home because we weren't recognized as a healthcare profession. Since then, of course, we've changed that. So now under the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we are 29-1291, which is healthcare practitioner acupuncturist, which changes things for us, because now that the government recognizes us as a healthcare practitioner, healthcare practice, that opens a lot of doors for us in terms of creation of jobs in other places. Prior to the pandemic, we were working very hard at trying to create jobs in things like the hospital systems, integrated medical centers, the you know, HE, you know, the different areas in which we can work. To a certain degree, we were successful. To a certain degree, we were not. I think now that we have that recognition, I think that we should have a easier path towards expanding the job market for our profession. Again, that doesn't speak directly to compensation, but we know that the demand for acupuncture is very high, and to the extent in which we're not sure how we're going to answer the demand for that. But certainly, I believe that we are on the right track. You know, there's a very complex issue in terms of setting value for our profession. You know, obviously we all recognize the problems we have with insurance, the problem we have with insurance with certain kinds of insurance, certain insurance companies, and so forth. That we are well aware of this, talking about how we can take the right kind of action to kind of turn things around so that we can make a you know, better claim in terms of what people's potential earnings are after graduation, in order to attract people into our field. So again, thank you for that question. It is absolutely something that our profession and certainly the council has been talking about for quite some time. Kristen, do you have anything to add?
Oh, thank you.
I think you covered.
Thank you for. Can I have a few more words for this?
Please do.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you for explanation. It was great. And then, I mean, as a professional association, so we actually, part of our job is to train our members, particularly those new members who just entering these professions, to establish their successful practice. So we have regular training for them. We have specific design classes for them but however, that they need to be in the profession, in the association. So I wonder that there is any mechanism, or we can establish any mechanism that can link the profession association to the schools, and that allow those school graduates, new graduates, or senior students, they can participate in this training that we provide. That would be helpful. So that also is part of our responsibility as a professional association. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, obviously we encourage, schools to reach out to their state associations and work with them to get students into student memberships. If the organizations have student memberships, I know some states will offer free or very, very low cost student memberships for students to get them into the habit of being active and being advocates for the profession. I think that's really important for our profession to survive. We all know that the rate of membership of our professionals into our state associations is way too low. I know in my state, New Jersey, we're at 10%, and that's just not. We can't hope to advocate for the profession with that kind of activity. So certainly when we get students into the habit of being in the state association, being active in the state association, being leaders in our profession, then I think that we have a much greater ability on the national level to make the kind of change that we need for our profession to thrive.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests on WebEx.
Okay, so now we open to public comments to the audience in the room.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Michelle Lau. I'm representing the Council of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine Associations and also American Alliance of Acupuncture. Thank you for the opportunity that we can be here. And I'm very happy today. And I just came back from overseas yesterday. So I drove 2.5 hours, so I'm kind of late. Okay, I want to know who was in the talking, because I cannot see from there.
The CCOM.
A CCOM of the president?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when I look at the picture, I'm very happy I see a lot of school in here representing in the new. I think a lot of people I'm not actually very familiar to it now. In the past 40 years, KOMA, Council of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, actually has been trying to working with the school, and that we try to build up our profession. And now I don't have too much time. I only happy to say that if have any opportunity, the association member will be like to working with the school. Because like in a moment that is very important for the profession, we are in the healthcare system, and how we can make our education for all the students can have best training, especially to show their, like the capacity to treat the patient when they get out from the school. One thing I want to talk to the schools, all these administrators and also council of the, now changing the name, that usually is a CCOM. And we wish we can make all the school emphasize on all the training, especially in the clinical, because a lot of students we approaching to us and they complaining they don't have enough time to get trained with the patient. So maybe that's our big focus, that we need to make more better training in the school for the practicing the skill and also the herbal medicine. And one thing I want to let all the member knowing that we're really happy to share our experience. In the past 40 years, we have been doing a lot of free clinic and go to the community and go to the government and offices to show how acupuncture work and how does that make the patient relieve the pain in a very quick time limit. And in the past 4 years, Council and of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, KOMA and AAOA is American Alliance of Acupuncture. We have been advocating our effort to go to the Congress every month. And we treat the Congress member and their staff. And then because now we try to work on the federal bill and make acupuncture into the Medicare system. Luckily, 4 years ago, we already passed the acupuncture is already into the CMS.
30
But
seconds.
now we don't have, like to prove. And then we are the doctor, the acupuncturist could be in the system. That's what we're working on it. We hope the school can send more students to come to, join us and that let them to have a knowing that how does that work. And what happened is if the school student, they can go more confident to go out to practice and after their graduation, that's really important now. We have to train in the school in a very, very put a lot of focus. And of course, I heard the Chulong India Association and talking about how we can make the student more like a lot of senior acupuncturists, we're willing to join the school. If we have a time and the school that can spend some time with the profession, then we can build up some program. They can go to practice in the, the senior acupuncturist. That is the best way to gain their experience and confidence when they go out from the school. That's hopefully we can work together in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Lau.
Thank you. I will, those issues that you talked in terms of the clinical education, herbal education, those things are part under the purview of our academics committee. And that committee will be meeting relatively soon. So we'll make sure that we try to let them know and connect them with you. Just quickly, as you know, we as the Council of Colleges, we have seats actually at the Acupuncture Herbal Medicine Coalition. One of the projects that we are working on there now is on a mentorship program. Sounds very much like what you're saying, and that would be really in line with what you talked about in terms of senior mentorship and making sure that we are able to steer our recent grads to make sure that we can give them the best possible chance to be successful. So there are certain things in the pipeline right now on some of those things. So good ideas though.
Neil Miller, Cal Atma. I'd like to say to the council, I thought that they made a very dynamic presentation over the years. I've watched them grow, and I'm glad to see the direction that they're going in now, and that over the time it's evolved. I have a couple of comments. I wanted to know if the council meetings are open to the public. I've tried to go to meetings before, and they were only open to the schools. And being a representative of an association and a third of the acupuncturists are in California, we wanted to participate a little bit more. And I know that we had been blocked in the past. So I wanted to know if your meetings are open to the public, not just to the schools, but if you really want to get feedback from people who've been in practice for many, many years, we need to create a vehicle, open up the door and let us in, not just the big associations on a national level. But in California, we have a lot of different associations, we have a lot of different input, and we have a lot of experts here. And I'd like to figure out if the meetings are open and how to build that bridge. Dr. Matanki talked about the CNT and its importance. And, I've been in practice 40 years. I think I should take a CNT refresher. Not that I really think I need it, but I think it's to be an example. And I know that you do need to refresh your CPR, is that correct? And we don't. So I'd like to bring that up, that clean needle technique may be something that you have to do once every 10 years. And CPR as well. And I wanted to know if, it seems funny that all the money that goes to the CNT, I know you did a lot of work, but I would think that at the hospital, Mitake's Hospital or some other place in California, that we could put on that CNT here. And if we had a course that we used your course, can we access that and instead of sending all the money there, that, you know, we have our own, what is the CNT? They have their standard. If our standard is the same, can we administer that test here and keep that money in California?
Okay. A couple things. Thank you, Dr. Miller.
Again, really great presentation today. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. In terms of the CNT and the refresher, it's funny you should say that because we've been talking about this for quite some time. Whether you know, because yeah, all of us that were CNT certified years and years ago, the CNT manual has changed from like this to now it's like War and Peace, right? So there's so much more material there. Certain standards have changed with more evidence that we've learned that things that used to be CNT are now not compliant in new CNT with what we know. So we actually recently did a refresher course for people who were already CNT certified. That obviously doesn't help people in California unless they have taken the course. We can explore, you know, the idea of offering, you know, the most latest CNT offering to everybody. But certainly, I think that was a very successful endeavor, having people who were previously certified to come back and learn about all of the updates that have happened since. So yeah, that's correct, and we are working on that. Unfortunately for California, we've been only working with the people that have been certified, but we will look at what we can do in terms of you know, inclusion for that in the future. Kristen, we were talking about the meeting in terms of it being open to the public and you know, the open session and things like that. I don't know if you want to speak on that.
Sure. So we do have typically in the general business meeting, which occurs during our spring conference and our fall conference, we do have an open session, and we allow some, you know, there is the opportunity for some organizations to come forward. Certainly having the opportunity to hear from you all here in some of the associations, that may be an option in the future in our upcoming conference. I don't know that we have time and to do it virtually, but it's definitely something that we can consider how to open that up and make sure that you, some of the associations in California have that opportunity to engage. And, you know, I've taken down some names, and certainly our contact information is on the website. Anyone who wants to send an email directly to, probably the easiest is just admin@ccahm.org. You can send an email to us, and we'll be happy to explore ways to make sure we have those connections.
Yeah, and just to add, I think one of the big changes is something that Dr. Miller talked about is that there's been a big shift in ideology amongst the pillars of our profession. And that in the past, we've always been really worried about, you know, collusion, and everybody kind of worked in their silos and really had these really strict boundaries, and for good reason. I think now we are realizing that is only through a unified profession and unified pillars of our profession that we are able to really go where we need to go. And so we have definitely had a huge shift in terms of collegial, collaborative process, and so you are seeing a lot more openness than in the past. So I appreciate that comment in terms of being shut out in the past, and just know that we operate from a different place now, and do look to as much include as many parts of our profession that we can draw in as possible. Our big goal amongst all of us is to unify this profession. I think we need to do that, and for us to do what we need to do, we cannot do it while we are fragmented. And so with that in mind, we would definitely love to find a way to have you be a part of proceedings, and to be able to be at the appropriate parts of our meetings, and so we will make sure that can happen.
I want to thank you for your presentation and the board for allowing this to take place. And it's important and we've really evolved. Great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Carolyn Allen, American Acupuncture Council. Hello, Thomas, and hello, Roberta. It's very nice to see you, and thank you for your great presentation. I just want to mention that Thomas mentioned the BLS, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics is in the process of updating and reviewing their section on acupuncture. They contacted the National Certification Commission, and somehow their job analysis went right along with that. They said, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics said to NCCOM, if you can get 1/10 or 10% of your profession to fill out the job analysis, we will work with you. Well, they worked very, very hard. They not only got 10%, they got 15% of the profession across the United States to fill that out. And the Bureau, and then they had it all statistically analyzed. And the BLS called last week and said, we are thrilled with your information. So they're actually going to give information directly from the profession. It came in, it has been, it went through all the people that had to go through. It took them a long time. And they will be updating it. The first thing the BLS did was looked at people's tax returns from acupuncture and found out that people don't make as little money as they think they make because they don't sometimes report their cash. I'm going to say that quietly. But so we're working, this is just for your information. We are working with the BLS. I'm not. I'm just telling you what's happening with the things, and they will be updating as of 2028, which means it takes them 3 years to get it done. But thank you very much for letting me chat here this week. And I think it's been a great meeting. I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. So more comments from us? Any more comments from the meeting room? So if not, I want to really say thank you, appreciation to both of you and the whole CCOM organization for this rare opportunity to give us update, very detailed answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
Hopefully
having us.
keep the cooperation in the future.
Yes, please.
So I think everybody hungry, lunchtime, and for the staff is lunchtime break. Now, good afternoon, everybody. We continue the meeting session in the afternoon. Next, want to change any?
Roll call.
Oh, okay. So we do roll call first.
Certainly. Dr. Yang Ping Chen,
Here.
Francisco Kim.
Here.
Gregory Leung. Dr. Shudong Li.
Here.
Dr. Amy Mateki.
Here.
And Ruben Osorio.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. So next item, update. Enforcement Committee meeting update. Mr. Osorio, the chair of Enforcement Committee.
Okay. About the, I propose to have a vote on the brochure that we had, I guess it's finalized now, right?
No. That's still a working copy, and that's
Oh.
just the start of the conversation
Oh, okay.
on that item. Yeah.
Good deal.
I can provide a summary of yesterday's events if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. If you could, please.
Certainly. So yesterday, the Enforcement Committee meeting met at 10 a.m. and discussed several items specifically. One moment, please. First item they discussed was on discussion and possible action on updating the Consumer's Guide to Acupuncture brochure. We had a very healthy discussion with the public, members of the public, both online and in person, and we are very grateful for all those that participated. The outcome of that is that more work needed to be done on the item. It was the document that the board reviewed was updated to be included in the packet. So if you're looking at the materials at this point, it should be available there. And that was a trimmed down version of what has been released before, work done by staff in conjunction with legal counsel. And what we were doing was to really trim it down to the specific role of the board. That's not to say we couldn't add, and there was a number of items that were recommended to be added. The committee agreed that more work could be done on it and should be done on it, and to continue requesting public input. So I believe the committee would like to meet again to address those items.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's what.
Of course.
There was a lot of options that some of the public members called that will be a good idea to add.
And I think also, in addition, adding elements of more of the board's role and function to help educate the public at that time, including perhaps today's suggestion of the board is open, or the committee's open to it, of adding discussion on the wall license.
Yeah, and that's what that is the intention of it, to protect the public and as well as the acupuncturist. So, thank you. I'm eager to get that.
Of course. Last item the board or the committee addressed was discussion and possible action on the top 10 enforcement violations in the practice of acupuncture. This is a document that the board had issued before and then reissued for this meeting. The previous issue was approximately 6 years ago. And for this meeting, updated with a slight more detail or items removed if it wasn't as prevalent in the last few years. And we received great comments from the public as it being a very helpful document for the profession to have a general idea, and was recommended that the schools turn to it as well and start looking at that so that their students can be advised of these items and to look out for these kinds of violations.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Osorio, for your leadership. We did have a great discussion yesterday morning, and thank you for Ms. Padilla, for summary. So I'd like to open comments to the board members. Okay. Okay. So we open to the public. Public in the room, please, if you have any comments. So by the way, the material is in the yesterday committee meetings material, so not here.
Neil Miller, representing CalAtma. Mr. Osorio, you did a great job chairing the meeting yesterday. I thought that it was very spirited. We got a lot accomplished. I would like to thank the board for allowing the opportunity to be open to having discussions that have needed to take place for a long time. I've made references to the Little Hoover and things that need to be changed. I think that the guide, I have been 5 different intonations in Chinese, Korean, and English. And I thought that they were all very good. And I'd like to point out that I hadn't had a chance to say yesterday, but when those documents were created, That was created by a committee from the board that was made up of board members, public members were open, the profession, and legal counsel was there. So all of those things, when we did the original one, and it was each intonation, went through several steps. It wasn't just the board approving something. There was a process that I thought that the public now, the public members should know that there was a process and a give and take on what should be in there, what shouldn't be in there, what was considered promoting the profession. And one of the things that's in the document for those who are online or haven't seen it is it is redacted quite a bit. This is a good basis for starting over with something, in my opinion, for something that needs to be done, that was done, and I thought it was done really well. We have asked why certain things were taken out, and legal felt that it wasn't their job to tell us why, is my understanding. But we want to work together. Our association is going to reach out to other associations and to some of the schools, and we would like to work on this document and request some type of committee meeting, a hearing, a workshop to work through some of the ideas. It can publicly noticed meeting and do all the official steps that we need to go through. But there's a way to work more interactively than just coming to a board meeting. That we have a committee meeting that actually does the work for a whole day, going through the different issues and can get the feedback from legal. And I think that this was a necessary, I've been after you for more than 10 years to redo this. So I'm happy that you did this. It's a little light, but I think it's a great first step, and I applaud Ruben and the committee and the staff for putting that together. We talked about scope in the second.
30 seconds.
I want to make sure that I got that right.
Scope is on different.
The second part has to do with the enforcement and listing this thing that you listed a couple of years ago. We've been after you for years to do it. I think that every school should be sent this, the 15 schools in California that we have, and they should be asked to give this to every student. We really need to cut this off and be proactive. And there's no better way to do that than to do it at the student level. And on an association level, I will reach out to other associations and make sure that this gets passed around. I don't want to hear of the enforcement issues that we have that can all be prevented. Thank you again, Ruben, and your team.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I also wanted to remind you, I think you added some positive suggestions that we ask you to email to them. Yeah, yeah. And that's the intention, the whole thing. We want to make it the right way. And this one, it went through our legal counsel before we printed this sample. So we're still working on it.
It's a process. Legal is an opinion based on law or an interpretation. So we have several steps to go, but yesterday was a great first step.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any more comments? If no, we go online comment, please.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and at this time, it appears there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Let's go to next item, licensing committee meeting update. So again, the material is not listed in today's full board meeting, but it's all displayed in yesterday's committee meeting. Chair, Ms. Dr. Mataki, please.
Thank you. Yes, so yesterday the committee worked with the public professionals here. We will review the acupuncture scope of a practice and for consumer and patient safety, access, and some clarifications, names, included the following matters: Asian massage, Trina, manutherapy, trigger point acupuncture, dry needling, Usher point. Also, there are certain device of a point stimulations with heat, magnets, light, lasers, sound therapy, bleeding therapeutic blood withdrawal, needles used in needling, acupotomy. So in those, I listed everything. This is in your agenda detail material in yesterday's, you can see it on the website too, in the committee meeting. There's a lot of information there, and the goal is we kind of like bring the elephant in the room. This has been for many years, as some of the public member has seen it. But this board is willing to start a work with professionals and the public, schools from every perspective. We wanted to here to support, but there's a lot of work. It does come from the professionals because the board is not going to dictate your scope of a practice, but the board do watch what's protection for the safety for the public. So there's a various discussion, very dynamic. I think sometimes get a little bit excited yesterday. We appreciate it. We wanted this to continue to be transparent. And all the board members, future, we can continue work on this project. Report finished. Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Bodia, feel free to add. Thank you.
Excellent summary. Thank you.
Okay, so any comments from public? Yes, from the room first. This time we take turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Board Chair and members of the board. My name is Nicolo DeLuca. I am here today on behalf of the California Acupuncture Coalition, a federation of California's largest acupuncture associations. I was watching the hearing online yesterday. I'm happy to be more in person. It's a lot more friendly. I also was a little intimidated on how to make comments online, so I'm happy to be here. But I do want to make just a couple of comments primarily on on your report and what the board discussed yesterday. So as you all know, the CAC is led by the American Association of Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture, the Association of Korean Asian Medicine and Acupuncture of America, the California State Oriental Medical Association, and then of course supported by some great organizations such as the Japanese Acupuncture Association of California, Five Branches University, California University Silicon Valley, Alhambra Medical University, Academy of Chinese Culture and Health Sciences, and then Whitewater University of California. And really the comments are, as it relates to dry needling, the firm belief is that is acupuncture. And anytime dry needling is done, it needs to be by certified acupuncturists who are certified by the board. So we appreciate the report out from yesterday. We look forward to working with all of you on dry needling and other items to protect our patients and the consumers. So looking forward to working with all of you. Really appreciate your volunteer time and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Michelle Lau, representing Keoma Council of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine Association, and also American Alliance of Acupuncture. The dry needle issue has been quite critical now, because I know California, we're working very well with the board and really appreciate it. The California Acupuncture Board did a great job. And also with some major association, whenever dry needle come up, the issue, we all here and working with the board. But I really want to hopefully we can, California Acupuncture Board and the acupuncture profession in California, we can make a leading role for the whole country. Because what I'm trying to mention is like, I want the board member knowing that whatever you have been done now is so important. What happened, what we're doing now as a profession in California is so important, because in other state about, as what I don't make mistake, it's like over 27 of the other state, the dry needle that become very legalized or also actively, they actually doing some better job than the professional acupuncture in that state. That is a very, very critical for the whole country. As a profession, acupuncture will already be recognized a part of the healthcare system. But in a lot of states, that they are not really, really serious to understand how important now what we're doing. So I hope the board can give us some more information whenever happens something, and let the California profession be working together, strongly together. And I'm very happy to hear the new lobbies that now in California, we already starting to do more preparation to facing all the challenging. But I really believe that we work together, we can make it, at least in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? So we go to online. Please, I already said go to online, please.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and I do have a request from Chad Wang. And Chad, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak of a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Chad Huang. I'm a licensed acupuncturist in California. I agree with the previous two public commenter about dry needling. So I'm not gonna say more today. I made a public comment yesterday about dry needling. I just want to say the updated consumer report is a very good idea. I think from listening to yesterday's board meeting, last time we had it was 20 years ago. So I think having an updated consumer report is a win for the consumers, it's a win for the practitioners, and it's also a win for the acupuncture board. So nowadays it's hard to get 2 wins. I think this one is a win-win-win. So I really appreciate the board's effort on this one. And hopefully we can put dry needling there as well, so that the consumer will know dry needling can only be performed by acupuncturists. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Huang.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Rona Ma. And Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak in a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good afternoon. This is Rona Ma from ASCM. I will second Dr. Michelle Lau and Neil Miller. And also, I think we should educate to the consumer what the difference between the dry needle and the acupuncture we provide. Like I mentioned before, when in the Medicare bulletin, they put very clear the difference between the dry needle. So Medicare cover acupuncture for 12 visits for the lower back pain, not dry needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ma.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment on WebEx.
Okay. Mr. Miller? No.
Neil Miller representing Cal Atma. Yesterday's second part of our meeting was a very spirited meeting that needed to take place. There was a lot of interesting ideas that were processed through the day. You can see the agenda, the various agenda items. So I just want to briefly bring everybody up that wasn't there yesterday in the public on at least what I saw yesterday and some steps that we can take. The Asian massage issue has been coming up, and it was Oriental. When we talked about the history, it was Oriental massage, it's Asian massage. Using modern language, it would be manual therapy. There are scope issues where other people think that it means something that it doesn't mean. And I would like to point out, for those of you who don't know, we introduced legislation that went all the way to the governor to change this, to change the Asian massage, Oriental massage thing, and all the problems and culture that it had, but the governor vetoed it. And it goes back a long way, but we went through all of the processes of what it was. And one of the things that was a central point of our argument is we're not expanding our scope of practice at all. We're clarifying our scope of practice using modern language, language that other healthcare professionals understand. And so when we look at this, we're looking at it and saying, we're not trying to change the scope. We want clarification. So it was discussed that we have to go through legislation, and legislation says come back to the board, and the board says go back to the legislation. So we're working on it. It was a good spirited conversation about that particular topic. I'll leave the dry needling alone, but another thing was the bleeding and whether it's called therapeutic blood withdrawal and whether it's in our scope of practice and where it's mentioned in statutes, not in statute, in regulations and in education, and that there are references to it from the Little Hoover that we should correct these problems between statute and regulations where there's a gray area, and we agreed on that. We haven't agreed upon the path forward, but we did talk about that. We talked a little bit about lasers.
30 seconds.
I'll move over to the last part, which would be ultrasound. And we made reference to legal opinion from Don Chang that was issued over 20 years ago that has been in the public domain. And whether or not those issues are relevant today or not, we were obviously unable to decide between the committee's legal counsel, and I'm not an attorney, but we will be looking towards looking at this in a legal way, something that's been out in the public domain for over 20 years, like ultrasound, therapeutic ultrasound, not diagnostic, is a form of heat. And we have been operating under that this is within our scope, not expanding it, but just clarifying what we have been under the assumption for over 20 years.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Appreciate your input.
Hope I got it right.
So we finished all the commentary about the executive report. Do we have something in the table, want to make a motion, vote for something item? Because the committee meeting said possible some action.
It's possible for the board to take action. The committee's made a recommendation to continue working on those items. The board doesn't need to condone that since the committees can continue that work, should the president accept. But if the board's always welcome to make a motion, it makes it more officious, but it's not necessary at this point.
So we make motion for the committee to continue work. No.
You don't have to make a motion for that.
We don't-
The committees have already committed to continuing to work on that, so we don't need to make a motion on that.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Certainly. As a point of order, being that we're done with the executive report, we had included an additional item called presentation for the, after the presentation from the Accreditation Commission of Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine, there was a item called discussion and possible action on the naming of the acupuncture professional degrees. This was in case the board needed additional space to discuss those items. So we can move into this, but if the board feels it's addressed that, then we can move past it. I'll leave it to the president.
So, yeah, because the timing for the out-of-state reporter, we adjust a little bit. So this item is about discussion of the possible action on the naming of acupuncture profession degrees. So open discussion with the board.
I can start, entertain, and then the rest of the board member can say. It just still is a bigger part for years. I think patients, the public is very confusing. I understand today we have the education, certification program came to present. Appreciated their time. And I did went on the website to look. It's not that easy. So for example, if you say MTCM, put on the side, acupuncture hours, 500 hours in class, 960 hours in practice, something like that. So I just, I think the board, maybe we need to consider something, not to create more work for the public to look for it, but it's very clear. Because this is the only profession, different state is different, I understand. But maybe California, we will have a better way, to reflect that. Or DAOM, which is a student spend so much, invest so much time and asset, create a huge loan. But this is a group is being hired by a lot of healthcare center or hospitals or become the leader for certain hospitals. So I would say, those kind of description, they graduate from how many years of training. In addition, they put another 2 years into it because as a consumer, I want someone get trained, well trained. I want to look at what's your background. So, I really am just a little bit, I think there is how hard to put those kind of information up and why can't we let the public know that? This is where the part I don't understand. You can have your master degrees and you can have your, transitional year, have another year, get a degrees online, however you want to do, but laid it out clearly is a benefit for, the patient. And also for physician, this is another part. Currently, we have so many healthcare providers. They keep asking, who should we refer to? There's so many names. That's the problem. And I really want we get some answers. This has been going on for the last 3 years. I've been asked for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mataki.
I have a question. If, as a physician, what kind of a training you think will be most adequate for those who just graduate school to be a competitive, acupuncture for a physician to refer?
For physician, for California, if they have a licensed acupuncturist licensed, and that for physician, we are very go by book. If you have a licensed, for practice, but if I have someone have a higher degrees and go through more training, of course, I'd be more comfortable to refer. It just all depends,
Yeah,
so
so specifically, what kind of training would you look for if you want to refer to someone?
I can't see, I think there is an entry level, to get a licensee, right? So you get the license, but you cannot see is like, because some of them, we have a tutorial program. But that's okay, because of those ones that they can list it, they say, hey, I went through a tutorial program, how many years, that's fine. So I don't think, I think it's important for public and for physician to know who they refer to, because right now they go by word. So if you want to know how my colleague refer, patients, they will ask me or they refer all, the acupuncturists they are work with. Themselves, actually, many of them become to seeing our acupuncturists because they see the result on their patients.
My question was, what would be the extra curriculum after a postgraduate training would you recommend for them to to get on the better looking list?
That's a little bit of personal question because some of them, if they didn't go through the program, they are tutoring, right? That's what I'm trying to make an example. They never graduated from any,
I'm
accredited
talking about
school.
those graduates from the school.
It depends on the school, I think it's on the physician's level, personal level, what they comfortable, but it's
In
still.
medicine, physicians academy, I think they have their own subspecialty academy or board, subspecialty board, right?
Yeah, physician world is very different. We are very standardized. You train in Alaska, or you train in Alabama, or you train in California, you have the same curriculum of the medical education. And also we went through the residency, exactly the same residency. You can go to accredited or non-accredited, for certain fellowship, but maybe they're not accredited. But for physicians, it's very different. Like if I say I did internal medicine residency training in Highland, in anywhere, it's the same 3 years, 36-month program. So this is very different. And I think other professions similar like that. But acupuncture is different. This morning we hear the presentation. It's on the state different. And I appreciate the public mentioned, California is lead the way. And we are not that higher hours. There is other states, much higher hours education. But we do have a very high standard to protect the public. Thank you.
So it's not that it's a surprising fact that we can come up with the different degrees because they are all different training. It's not standardized.
Yeah. I think is for maybe the board can look at that too is, yeah, you can have your MTCM, just a list, what's the hours of training? Because I went on the website, it's not easy to find. And especially if, for the older population, they have to go to the different areas. It's not that easy to find those information. And the DOM, for sure, you finished your 3 years or 4 years of training, and then you did additional 2 years of training, how many hours? So those are the information, can be easily listed instead of just explain what the name is. Thank you.
Okay, so what is the public members' comment?
Yeah, I think it's very important for us to continue, and our job is to protect the public, and we seem to know that there are some other states that allow to do without having the proper training according to our standards. Am I correct, Dr. Otaki?
Yeah, it's very different. I think certain states, because they don't do herbs, but then also they only do acupuncture, so the hours is different. But the hours can be very different. We heard other state maybe 30 hours or 50 hours. They does acupuncture, but they name differently. So, but in California, it's not. The minute you penetrate the skin is acupuncture. So we have our license requirement. We have the law to protect our patients and the
Yeah.
public.
Yeah,
You're right.
It is very important. I've myself, if I may, recently started giving injections in my eye, and I'm sitting there hoping that this guy pay attention when he got trained. But it is something that I think we need to do something to protect the public and make sure that they're all And also for the acupuncturists here in California, they're going to be competing with somebody that probably is going to charge cheaper because they don't have that much training. It just goes on and on. Okay, before I get in trouble, that's
We just for open discussion here, but I think it's fine. Another part I just want to see is early member Kim has mentioned, post training. That's how the part I think why physicians sometimes they go with, we have a new graduate from one of the schools right now. And a physician actually is really partner with, this, new graduate, brand new graduate, but he has demonstrated his knowledge, was very surprised, for the Western physician realize that this is, the student just got his license, but as a well knowledge, it's a very evidence-based. So that's where I kind of see postgraduate, it really depends. But at least, he went through 3,000 hours of training. So I just want to add that. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is a public member, Shudong Li. I just I have a opportunity yesterday participate a committee meeting. I get much more information. I think as a as public members, we all know this is protect our public right, and so we need for example, a lot of gray areas should be addressed. In the future, we should open. We have many years before the regulation, all these structures, but now it's many years past. We should have updated, to be catching up all the information or process in the future. For example, name clarification, like Asian massage or manual therapies, as well as the Trina, we should use the professional way because the name explanation, right? They will give a clear picture for the consumer, for the publics, to know what he received, whether he will receive the information, whether we will get it. Okay, so that's important. It's not like big change. It's just clarifications. For example, Trina or manual therapy. That's it. But not Asian massage. You make it confused. My idea. If I'm wrong, because you can correct. And the other things like as a standard of we all know in California we have a higher standard for educate for training, but also we have many different states, and together we, for example, the other organizations we provided, you have to have a language standard, you have a TOEFL standard, but on the other hand, you don't have any standard for to get a license. You can have 3,000 hours, you can have a few hundred hours to get a license. What's kind this stands for the organization? I don't know. I just very common sense to me. This should be like one standard to be protect public, either California or other states. It's all Americans. What's difference? You provided one hand standard. You have to have this kind of TOEFL levels or whatever it is. The other hand, we don't have a standard because every state is different. That doesn't make sense to me in common sense. And the other things I'm thinking about it, for the DOM, the training, if some people have a higher trainings, have a second levels, many hours, many professional educate. For the people reform, you have to have something to grabbing on. Otherwise, it's not even you have the difference, but you don't have a way to to show the difference. You don't have it. That's why we have the degree levels different will make a difference too, because very simple, we can reform this. This is represented high quality, high levels training, many background solid trainings practice. I think that as a board to be protect the public's safety, we should catching up all these steps. Yeah, that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Su-Dong.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. You have a bigger ambition, one standard. I think we can just fix California. That might be okay. Thank you.
I have to add something. Yes, I agree 100% with you. You know, the state of California, it sets a lot of samples on many things. What we do, they follow. The license is a good example of that, driving license. If you have a driver license in Maine or Texas, wherever, that license doesn't work here. If you're going to move here, you have to have a California driver license because it's a lot better. It is with that purpose. They don't want to take a license from other places because the driving test and all that is different. So I don't understand why we cannot do this when it's health and it's the safety of our consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Osoro.
Also, too, just as a reminder for the board, we are the California Licensing Board. We don't have jurisdiction in any other part of the country. So when are thinking about things, our jurisdiction is very much limited to California, and we can look for the other states for inspiration, but we don't have control or say in them. Also, just as a reminder, we are talking about names. The conversation does seem still pertain to it, but also seems to be flirting with exceeding that. So just remember to stay on topic.
After you.
So public comments.
Michelle Lau, representing KOMA, Council of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine Associations, and also American Alliance Acupuncture. I appreciate it. I really inspired by the conversation when I hear the board member and the concern about California. Of course, we are. So give a little history. I'm involved to the education for California is already 40 years. And 24 years ago in California, 2001, we do have a very important legislation bill for the California education. And we as a profession, and we try to work with the school that time, we try to move the degree for acupuncture as an entry-level doctor program. That is about 4,000 hours. And we work really hard, so almost win. But unfortunately, that time, because we're talking about California, but also that will be relating to the whole country. So that's why when today also, I'm very happy to hear the new member from the CCOM, and we have an ACOM. And I think some member you might be don't understand or don't recognize the history of California. We are the state, the best state in the whole country. And as promoting Chinese medicine, we say not Chinese medicine, we call Oriental medicine that time. And also not because the Chinese medicine coming forward, but this medicine for the whole country, for the whole world. So we want try to let all the school understand that what we producing, all this educate, graduate, is not working just for California. It's working for the whole country. So by this time, I just try to say that the board, I will recommending from the profession, we will focus on how we can make sure all the school, they have a standard, unique education standard for the whole California. All the schools should be have a similar, like what we say, Dr. Uh, uh, Lee, right? And then saying that in the physician, and I have been practicing acupuncture for over 40 years now. So I can see our profession
seconds.
is so good that so be welcome and demanding and accepted by all the California consumer. And we are facing a very good opportunity is when the federal bill for the Medicare, if that pass after 35 years we're hard working. And you can see the picture is so many elderly, 60 million, the elderly, they can benefit from acupuncture treatment. So we need a lot of good acupuncture. They can come to serve all this big amount of people. So, and what I really think the board should be have some kind of working together with the profession and school, and we would deep discussion
Thank you.
what we're going to do for the standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your effort to just fly in and come here.
Neil Miller, representing Cal Atma. If I'm correct, this is item number 6, discussion on the possible action and naming of acupuncture professional degrees. Right, so I'm back on track. So this is a very big topic. Do we do something that we think we have the responsibility, you have the responsibility, and I have a responsibility just to do what's best for California, period. There's a whole lot of implications about things that go on nationally that California fade in and out in terms of things that don't concern us, like Medicare. It doesn't concern this board. Naming of the different acupuncture professional degrees, I think should be a follow-up collegial discussion between members of the profession, the board. Perhaps there are legal constraints on what you can and can't do that we would want to get advice on, so we can have an official working meeting to discuss the various viewpoints in an organized fashion. The board seems to have been doing a great job at taking on some of these complex issues. Dr. Mutaki has a very sound, stable understanding of the degree process and integrating into modern medicine. You know, I know that AIMC, at some of the schools, is the acupuncture and integrative medicine. They're looking at that as sort of something that makes a bridge that best serves and explains to the public what it is that we do and what we want to do. Is that we're just another healthcare provider. We do acupuncture. We do things of integrative medicine. It's not Oriental medicine. It's not Chinese medicine. There'll be compromises, but I do recommend that the board take this up and not take any action today. It's quite premature to even think about it. But that you acknowledge, thank you for listening and acknowledging that something has to be done and for agendizing it. And then let's not just wait another year or two and then see it on the next, another agenda with a new board. Let's try to take some action in the next year or so, a reasonable time, and address some of the issues that we've been addressing yesterday and today, because we've really covered a lot of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. Any more comments from the room? So we go to the online comments.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, I see a couple people raised their hands, but then they lowered it. If you could raise your hand again if you would like to speak, that way I know to call on you. Perfect. First, I have Rona Ma. Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Runama from ASCM. Acupuncture, I think, start from 60 years is illegal. And right now we bring this beautiful art go to the mainstream. So I think the need should be updated, like the manual therapy. That is, I think most people will know, doesn't matter the Western doctors or the patient, and also the insurance will be covered. So, and also, we know the big difference between California and the national. So I agree that all the board member mentioned we should fix California first. So, and also I suggest in the brochure, we can talk about the dry needle, what the difference between the dry needle and the acupuncture needles actually is the same. And also what is the manual therapy? Give more explanation to the consumer to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ma.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Anyork Lee. And Anyork, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I heard the public board member mention the national standard. I also heard the response is our California board only focus on California. That is true. But in today's meeting, we have ACON representative. They accredited not only California or out of state. They should bring the message back to the board, their board, and in other states, they should follow the same standard. I think ACON should take the leading role to reach the goal, not just we follow each state's requirement. Then the profession has no standard. That's why when I was in the board, ACON people like to come to California. My only question is to them, do you have a national standard? If you have national standard, we welcome you. Today, we focus on California, but we have a representative represent the whole country. The school is accredited by them. I hope take this opportunity, they can bring the public message back to their board and make the idea, make the standard go through for the whole America. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anyork Lee. I think I got an invite.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment.
So we finished all the commentary. And the last thing I want to ask if we have any item here want to make a motion to vote, like from licensing's chair, Dr. Mataki. So a lot of items in the discussion in the committee yesterday, and you update today, and we heard more public comments from the board about degree naming, about manual therapy, on items, anything we need, make a motion, and
I think at this point is hard to say we can make any decision, make any actions. That's at least from what I can say, because we really have to work all together, even with the names, because today they presented, I appreciate the public mentioned, but it is for this board, I just say, wait another year or two, but do we need to have some kind of timeline, how hard for the names to be listed? I didn't say we need to change anything. This is just the name being listed and what kind of training you have. So I would say we can, certain we can, agree on certain part. Maybe we can bring in back next board meeting, make an action by that time.
So you mean the name of?
The
degree
name of the
is-
profession.
degree name.
But the other ones with, the
Menu
professional,
therapy
yeah,
maybe?
the scope of the practice with those names probably needed to work with the profession, and then there's a legislate involvement. So I don't think we can take any action on those.
You're right. We can only take action right now on the naming of acupuncture professional degrees if board members feels there's action to take right now.
But I would say want the board.
How about the
MDO.
menu therapy, that naming?
We can,
That's not in this discussion right now. That was in the previous discussion, so we can't, I mean, we could revisit that item, but right now we're in this item.
So that's good.
I would propose to just let a board EO, Mr. Bodia and the team can work with professionals and the public on this, and then bring back, maybe next time we can make some motions on the names. Would that be okay?
Yeah, we can look to invite the schools at the next meeting and discuss the reasoning behind their degree names and why there's no alignment, or why there's a difference in alignment in California on those names. Or additional items. I'll work with Madam President on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Badia. So we have so many discussions, and we need to go move on to the next item, discussion and possible action on legislative report and the regulator report. Just go together, 2 items. How about that?
We should probably do it separate. Pardon, we should probably separate, as there's sort of 2 distinct
Okay.
realms of authority for the board.
Okay.
Or
Okay, thank you.
together or separate? She wants to merge them. We've been advised that we can wait for public comment to the end, at the end of the second presentation. So we'll do legislative report first, move straight into the regulatory report, and take comments after that for both.
Oh, sorry, no, to clarify, I mean, we can go through the full regulatory report and then take public comment.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
The traditional route. We have to
Fine.
take the items separately. One moment, we may have lost connection. Nope, we're good. Okay, we're still live. Thank you. I'm doing the report. Thank you, Madam President. So for the legislative report, it is really early in the session right now. We don't have too much of analysis. We imagine that there may be additional changes to the bills, but these are the bills that we've identified as possible interest to the board. We're not recommending any positions to be taken at the moment. So it's just by not doing anything, the board staff will continue watching this for the board. I can go ahead and move through these. We have a number we've identified, starting with Assembly Bill 45 by Bauer Kahan. This is privacy and healthcare data. Existing law prohibits a person or business as defined from collecting, using, disclosing, or retaining the personal information of a person who is physically located at or within a precise geolocation of a family planning center as defined, except as necessary to perform services or provide the goods requested and not sold or shared. The bill itself will, the legislature intends to enact legislation banning geofencing around in-person healthcare providers and prohibiting the release of abortion-related medical research in response to out-of-state legal requests that violate the Reproductive Privacy Act. So this was for affecting possible healing arts boards, and we've included it just to keep watch. There's no questions. I'll continue. Please stop me if you have a question. Assembly Bill 479, Criminal Procedure, Vacatur Relief. Existing law allows a person who was arrested or convicted of a nonviolent offense while they were a victim of intimate partner violence or sexual violence to petition the court under penalty of perjury or vacatur relief. In order to receive that relief, it is required the petitioner established by clear and convincing evidence that the arrest or conviction was the direct result of being a victim of intimate partner violence or sexual violence that demonstrate the petitioner lacked the requisite intent. It also authorizes the court to vacate the conviction if it makes specific findings. Summary of the bill. Before the court may vacate the conviction, AB 479 would require the court to make findings regarding the impact on the public health, safety, and welfare if the petitioner holds a license as defined and the offense is substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties of a licensee. The bill would require a petitioner who holds a license to serve the petition and supporting documentation on the applicable licensing entity and would give the licensing entity 45 days to respond to the petition for relief. The board impact. The main intent of AB 479 is to notify the applicable licensing body when a licensee convicted of a crime files a petition for relief under Penal Code Section 236.15 to allow the board the opportunity to respond to the petition if it wishes to do so. The legislative change increases consumer protection with the requirement of involving the petitioner's licensing body for the court's consideration or impacts related to its public health, safety, and welfare in its decision or the petition. Existing law under Penal Code Section 236.15 already affects the board's ability to obtain arrest and conviction information for any applicant who successfully received vacatur relief pursuant to the section. The proposed law by AB 479 only affects its licensees who were disciplined, have a pending disciplinary matter, or denied a license by the board based on a substantially related conviction. If a licensee has a pending accusation filed by the board based on the conviction they are petitioning to vacate, the board will provide 45 days to respond with information for the court's consideration. If the court grants the petition, the underlying conviction for the board's discipline will be vacated, prohibiting the board from using the conviction or any related records as a basis for discipline and preventing the board from proceeding. Under Business and Professions Code 4956, the board may discipline a license based on a plea or verdict of guilty or a conviction following a plea of nolo contendere, and irrespective of a subsequent order under the provision of PC Section 1203.4. Penal Code Section 1203.4 allows for a process where a person can, 1, withdraw their guilty plea and enter a plea of not guilty, or 2, the verdict of guilty can be set aside, or the accusation may be dismissed. This is a similar petition of relief to Penal Code Section 236.15. The board's law prevents these criminal petitions of relief of having any effect on the board's administrative discipline. However, Business and Professions Code Section 4956 does not cite the vacatur relief under Penal Code Section 236.15 as an exception in which the board's discipline would be unaffected. Based on the board's law not addressing the effects of PC Section 236.15 on adjudicated administrative discipline, it is unclear how a granted vacatur relief petition would fully impact board decisions if the court grants a licensee's petition. Fiscal impact, staff expects very minimal impacts related to AB 479. The number of licensees disciplined for a conviction while they were a victim of intimate partner violence or sexual violence is unquantifiable, but the incidence is estimated to be rare. During the last 5 fiscal years, the board has only taken discipline on 7 cases for a substantially related conviction. The assertion the incidence would be rare is based on the low volume of discipline for convictions, along with circumstances or nature of the crimes being unrelated to intimate partner violence and sexual violence. Any questions so far? Given that these materials were provided early on, I'd like to ask the board if you would like me to read each bill.
No.
This is quite a long list of items to do. One item that I may draw the board's attention to is the, let me see, one moment, and I'm not going to read it, but just to bring the board's attention, the public's attention to Assembly Bill 667, page 3 of 7 on our report here. So profession and vocations, licensed examinations and interpreters. This is to provide an interpreter service for those that request an examination in a language other than English if they have no English proficiency. The board already has its own pathways for providing the exam in presently Korean and Chinese, as well as conditions to trigger the development and adaptation of the exam in a different language, which is set in regulation as a 5% of the testing population requesting that. Again, all these positions are watched, including this position. We're not quite sure how this will change. The board does have a pathway to accommodate it. There may be considerations for increased costs on the board's fund, by extension on the licensees, but through the board's funds, on requiring an interpreter. Of course, we are looking at accessibility and accommodations, reasonable accommodations. So we do want to facilitate what we can, but there is a little bit of concern with the possibility of some of the requirements of the interpreters. One of the requirements here is that they are not versed in the subject matter that they are going to be translating for. Staff found that that might be a little challenging situation for traditional Chinese medicine if there is no experience with the medicine itself or the practice and the terminology, which are quite idiosyncratic. So that might be a problem. Additionally, as we've seen with our enforcement petition hearings, translators, for more than a couple hours, you require more than one translator so they can keep switching in and out. So that fee, that is an additional cost. And there may be some exam security considerations as well, as we will be introducing additional individuals to the exam. Thank you. That is the only one I wanted to explicitly point out. However, all of these may affect the board in the coming legislative session. We will continue to track these bills and provide you updates at the next board meeting. Any questions from the board members?
Not me.
About the Master of Divinity, Physician, and the Surgeon title?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Assembly Bill 659 by Berman, page 5 of 7 on the report, middle of the page. This bill was introduced so that it can reduce confusion on professional titles for a Master's of Divinity. The individual, this is specifically so they do not use the arrangement of letters that may look like MD, since it's a Master's of Divinity. And so right now, I believe the proposition is you have to make the IV in divinity, the shortening of divinity, so DIV, prominent in your credentials there. Because the board was concerned with the use of titles and former legislative sessions, we wanted to bring it to attention that we are tracking it.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Okay. Board member, any comments? No?
No.
We'll go to public comments in the room. No, go online, please.
This is a moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on WebEx.
We can close the matter, Madam.
Let's go to regulation, Bob.
Certainly. Regulatory update. The board staff has provided the statuses of the regulations on our current rulemaking calendar. We did have two regulations that we had communicated were approved last October. We did report this on the November meeting as well, so you definitely will not be seeing it on here, specifically our foreign credential evaluation requirements, which was briefly touched on yesterday in the committees, but we only have one approved foreign credential evaluator based on those principles. They have submitted an application and they are now approved. The other one being the continuing education CE ethics requirement, which is now in effect, requiring a minimum of 4 units of continuing education in ethics or laws and regulations. Excuse me, ethics or laws. Additional movement, retired status was worked on with staff and legal counsel in October of last year. Then most recently, the item number 5 on page 5 of the report, the hand hygiene requirements was working with staff and legal counsel in January. And that is it. Any questions or comments from the board? Simply a status update.
Okay, I have just a little question.
Please.
So about 4 hours of CE of laws and ethics is a category 1 or 2? 1.
It's not specific. So the practice of acupuncture would qualify as category 1. But so anything dealing specifically with the ethics of the treatments you're providing would be category 1, right? But if it's just laws and regs, does it qualify as category 1 at that point? I'm actually
It's
might
not
have to get back to you.
specific, so they can ask for, it's depending on how it's applied for by there's no requirement to set category for that. So either category 1 or category 2.
So for example, perhaps business ethics wouldn't qualify for practice.
Okay, so who make decision to?
At the time of the application,
Yeah, the
the
provider will apply that
Okay.
way.
And then we review.
You review and the measure was a
I'll just give a cheat code. Doing category 1 is a more useful way of dealing with it when they would get approved as such, right? Because laws and regulations do affect the practice.
Right, unless it's just business, for example, right?
Oh,
Business ethics or billing ethics.
Any more questions? No question. Public comments from the room? No? Okay, we'll go to online public comments.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on WebEx.
Thank you, moderator. So let's go to setting 2025 meeting calendar.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. The calendar before you, on the digital version and the printout for the board, since it was printed out in color, we have certain dates highlighted on the calendar in the future. As suggestions for possible meeting dates, these were timed or selected based on the legislative calendar timing, which the tentative legislative calendar was included in front of the legislative report. And so you'll note that we're recommending a meeting in June. June 6th is a deadline to pass bills into the next House, so we'll see a transition there. I'm recommending either the 12th or 13th or the 26th and 27th to provide time for after that to see what changes are introduced or finalized by the 6th and move on to the other House. For August, again, 21st and 22nd is a time period that we're recommending there. Then we can also look at later in August or early September, but as noted, let me double check the legislative calendar here for September. Last day to amend bills on the floor is September 5th. So last day for fiscal committees to hear and report on bills on the floor is the 29th of August. And then recommendations for meetings either in November or December for our winter session or late fall session.
Thank you. We'll make the date today.
We can select all the dates today, or we can select the next meeting date today. If we select, for example, if we do select a certain set of dates today, we could always meet in addition to that. So we're not bound by this. We can still cancel this to address any board's needs. But this just helps for staff planning and for public planning as well.
So we make June first, right?
June 12,
The next
13.
We have a recommendation on the floor from Dr. Mateki for the June 13th, possibly 12th and 13th for a 2-day meeting.
Okay. I can do it. 12, 13, okay? Okay.
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 Yeah.
Are you sure you have a?
Thank you, Mr. Hurt.
Yeah.
All right, we have June 12th and 13th. Do we want to continue with the rest of the calendar year, or just we can look at it again in June? Do we have recommendations?
I think two of you, this more meeting, the two ends, Dr. Sudong and you, more meetings, international.
Okay. Well, then I would recommend let's set August 21st and 22nd if everyone is available. And then we can hold off on November, December, since they're not as tied to the legislation. So therefore.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Everybody okay? For August 21st, 22, Mr. Osorio?
Yes.
You okay? Okay.
Okay, we have 2 board meeting dates.
Mm.
Do we want to go for 3? Yeah, the legal counsel makes a good opinion. Like there are holidays there, and I did identify days that are before or after Thanksgiving specifically for that reason, and before Christmas, especially for that reason as well, and the rest of the winter holidays. Perhaps December 11th and 12th, or do you want to do it before the Thanksgiving rush? Thanksgiving being on the 27th of November.
Anybody have already set schedule for your important meeting or something?
No. I'm not going to be here.
Okay.
It's going to be held in Old Sacramento?
We haven't set the locations yet, so we definitely can look at options of where. We did Los Angeles area in last November, so we can definitely look to try the Bay Area. You know, we always have Fresno and Redding available. I don't know if we can find hotels at the state rate, but it's always an option.
Go camping.
We always could look.
We can go camping.
Or camping. So. Legal's already opposed. We want them on our side.
So I suggest we go to December.
December 11th and 12th?
I suppose we all have do a good job and relax a little bit. And
We can look at San Diego in December. Everybody's liking that idea. Okay. And then perhaps we can look at the Bay Area in June. Would people be favorable with that?
mm-hmm. And the Bay is cool.
That's right. And then we'll do a little Sacramento heat in August, hot August nights.
So August
21st and 22nd in Sacramento.
Yeah, Sacramento. Okay.
Mhm.
June is the Bay, right?
Next to the whole Bay Area there.
You could also think about
June's in the Bay Area.
the dates.
Bay Area.
Well,
It's San Jose,
You
the
could
Bay Area.
decide the location too at the next meeting too.
Yeah, yeah.
And we can also
This is San Jose. San Jose is Bay Area.
Then we're going to start making distinctions between Orange County and Los Angeles. Oh, let's not get into that turf war. Okay. Bay, East Bay, North Bay. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's got to represent.
Okay, sounds good. Oh. Jim?
And just to echo legal counsel, we can always change the location at the next meeting for the following meeting. So for the moment, we have a tentative calendar, just like the legislature provides a tentative calendar. We have a tentative calendar as well.
So I think.
Public comment?
Okay, public comment.
Seeing none in the room, I'll turn to WebEx.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on WebEx at this time.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Any comments in the room? Okay. Come here.
Neil Miller from CalAtma. The 4 dates that we have, are the 4 meetings that you have to have, but there's a lot of stuff that was, there's three more meetings, right? And so the 3 more meetings that are scheduled, I was thinking about some of the things that were brought up today in terms of doing a workshop. Maybe it's this year, maybe it's next year, but you set up your 3 or 4 meetings, it's tough, but now we're getting back to, being in person a little bit more. I'm going to try to start getting more people involved.
We appreciate public participation. What we're here for.
Okay. What I want to do is think if there's a time that we can set something else up. Like if I said, if the schools and the associations got together and said, we'd like to talk, we talked about this today briefly, a lot of us weren't there. Maybe we could get together for a day's workshop in October. I don't know how those publicly have to be noticed, but there's a way that you can sit down and just talk about stuff and put stuff down and do, like you did your workshops on what you wanted to accomplish. And then this may be another way other than just these meetings. Because I've been at this so long that what happens is it goes these 4 meetings, and then suddenly it's 3 or 4 years later and there's a different board. So some of the things that we brought up, I think that Ben and his team could maybe look at a few things and say, you know what, let's talk about, we brought up this and like the name thing or some other things. You can just put them down and say, instead of having a formal meeting, like you can have an informal meeting that would inform the public, or it was just anybody can sit and talk and participate. There's a way to do some sort of roundtable meeting. We've done it before. I mean, we've had special select committees that you guys picked from people who show up in different associations, but just to have something where we discussed stuff. It was a little less formal, but a lot more informal, so that we would get a lot more information done and a lot more accomplished.
The board can take it under consideration for sure.
I was just looking at the calendar. Is that a possible thing, in the budget to spend a day doing something? Is it not?
There are
legally-
laws governing how the board is to meet. So if you have the board meeting, then we have to do specific things. So if you want just a conversation, it's much more difficult. Like this is a little bit beyond even the scope of the back and forth we're having right now. So yeah, it'd be lovely for the profession to call some meetings and invite a board representative to participate in such things. And
That's really what I was looking for, is what is the framework with which we could
Let's-
advance this?
please reach out to the board and we can discuss this further.
We'll put it in writing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. for the legal advice.
No advice given.
Okay. Thank you for the make that clear. So no more comments, right? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No.
So now, future Establish future 2025 board meeting dates. That's
I think we're done.
Yeah. So now next is the public comments for items not on the agendas.
Gina Huang, representing Five Branches University. First, I want to thank all the board members and everyone, all the staffs and the executive office. Thank you so much for these two productive, 2 days of productive meetings.
Thank you.
I would like to request actually Five Branches would like to request a revisit to the term of externship on the current California Acupuncture Board regulations. So currently the externship is so if any training facilities not operated or owned by the school is considered externship. So nowadays, I think we have so many great opportunities out there. We have residence programs that in hospitals. We have veterans centers that allowed us to conduct some training centers. And also, we currently working with Alameda County that we provide community services at the senior centers. So all these great opportunities for our students, interns to practice, to learn. They are all considered externship location under the current California board regulations. And also the current board regulations only allow 25% of our total clinical training to be under externship. So I'm just putting an example, for example, for a hospital residency programs that we're participating right now. It requires 8 hours for each week, right? So we have a 15 weeks term, and that's going to be 140 hours. So that easily is going to max out the 25%. So we want to be able to provide more opportunities for our students. The students can get more trainings and all these great facilities and great opportunities that we can provide more community services as well. So I just would like to have the board and to consider to revisit the term. Okay, and also we're in San Jose, so I'll volunteer Five Branches again for the board meeting.
Please send me any propositions you have, and I will work with the president on this item.
For the new item to be on, or for the,
So we know more about what is safe for a school to let their students out into community clinics and other hospitals and
yeah,
whatnot.
I will send it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that goes. Okay.
Neil Miller from CalAtma. Looking at the overall weekend, there's a few themes that are ongoing, and I'm really speaking to the public members, you know. It's new to you, and some of us have been in this a long time. And as the chair has pointed out, acupuncture is a fairly new profession, you know, in America. But it's been around a long time, and we keep hearing this term, this type of acupuncture called dry needling. And Acupuncture Board is responsible for acupuncture. Board has determined over time that dry needling is acupuncture. But you can see what's coming down the road. And you don't have to just stand here and wait for a truck to run us over. And what I mean by that is that there's a lot of discussion on what is it required. And I only say that because you are, as the board and authority of acupuncture, may be called upon to give your opinion. And I looked at all of the hours and the regulations that are here, not related to hours, but related to competencies. And I was thinking about the public members who don't know what we know, but you could look at that and say, there's 976 hours here. And no, you don't have to know this, and they probably don't need to know that. And I just want to know what the public would say. Like, you're just your average person looking through the regulations and saying, that's really important, that seems really important, that seems really important. This other stuff you might not. So if you're just going to have a limited scope of using an acupuncture, a technique called dry needling, you may be called upon. And I think, you have a medical doctor on our board. There's no way that the physical therapist can come to California and say, we're going to do this technique with less education than a medical doctor. So this is one board that regulates needles. I think it would be great that this board could reach out to the medical board and say, hey, listen, this is coming down the road. We've reached out to our public members. We're trying to figure out what would be a standard. They're going to want to do this. And this is what we have, our licensees have. Medical doctors have 350 hours to do basic acupuncture. What would be in the best interest of the public? So if we're all talking about what's in the best interest of the public, we're not going to talk about turf. We're going to talk about the boards working for the best interests of the consumer. And this board as the expert on that. So I urge the public members between now and the next meeting to really look through the hours, just as a public member, and say, this makes sense to us. Maybe we could discuss it. Maybe there's some recommendations between our licensees, our medical doctor who's the licensee, and coming up with a standard that's acceptable instead of having a medical war. That this board acts in a really responsible way and takes on something that already exists. These are the hours that we've determined over a long period of time is the basic level of education. At least we could comment. You could comment if it comes up in legislation, as opposed to we oppose, we support, where you could really put something together and say, this is why we say what we say. We've been discussing this for a long time. And our only interest is not in the profession, your profession, our profession, any profession, it's the public. That's why we're reaching out to these other groups. I think it's in the best interest. And I wanted to say that publicly, that we really do that. And we have an opportunity. When I'm
30
reading
seconds.
through this, I thought of you guys. Look through it and see what it says. See how it speaks to you. And then come to the next meeting with the ability to speak back on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
I thought it was a very productive weekend. You, your team, Madam President. I mean, we had a small turnout, and for those who are listening, I hope that we start getting a better turnout, because there's a lot that can go on here, and it's really important that the professionals step up and educate the public.
Thank you very much.
I'm done. All I needed to hear was the bell. Thank
Official.
you.
You like the bell?
Thank you for a good weekend.
Thank you. Any more comments in the room? Or any agenda, not, any comments not on agenda? So we open online public.
Can we put that on the agenda that we've finished doing the information?
Yeah, currently the licensing committee is going to be taking up education requirements. President, in coordination with the chair, considered scope discussion to be of more priority for this meeting, but we can look at working with the president and the chair of that committee to bring this up at the future committee meeting, for sure.
Yeah, I think that seems to be a really something that really we need to have.
Indeed.
Mhm.
We'd love for the profession to tell us more.
Yes.
I representing KOMA and AOA. I just try to see that any chance that I can request it the next meeting, that we will be talking about long time, so many years, about the professional title for California acupuncturist.
Like licensed acupuncturist,
Yeah, licensed acupuncture now.
that title.
Title, because now many schools are already approved by the education department now. they already have an entry-level doctor program. For instance, the several acupuncture school, they already accepting students from entry-level doctor in 4 years. That will be when they when they complete their training, it will be doctor of acupuncture and herbal medicine. That's one idea that we're talking about how we can put a California just under one title as a like MD. The MD, medical physician, doctor, but then you can have a specialty later on. But that's confusion now, as to what we already taught many doctor of TCM, doctor of ACON, so many, 15, as well I heard 15 title in California for doctor program. That's not right, you know.
So are we talking about degree names here? Or are we talking about, because there's only one licensed name for acupuncture?
Yeah, now so far is a licensed acupuncturist, that including the tutorial program. I mean, people pass the examination, that in California is a licensed acupuncture. But we need to be let the public knowing that what kind the degree we're having. Well, we don't in California.
So for I understand, we have name is license name is LAC, but you want to specify as the
Yeah, in
degree,
the
education
future, you know,
background.
that's what the board, we working for the public interest, for the consumer need. We do need to have a professional standard and
Need
title.
the education in line with the license.
Yeah, that's why we be working so hard for the past 40 years. I mean, eventually, hopefully, that will key to meet the demand from the public.
Thank you for information.
Thank you.
And we both will encourage the profession, keep working hard. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room?
Okay, online comments?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, you can click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And we have a couple requests so far. First, I have Rona Ma. And Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
I'm a board member of ASCM. In America, we have 2 examinations for the acupuncture license. One is NCCOM, another is California. We have our own. And for the CNT, looks like only provided by the CCAHM. Should the California board consider have California own CNT? So for the education, you know, California is the highest. And also I know a lot of school and associations, they provide the CNT. So, and also, you know, for the just like the license examination, people can choose California CNT or the what is called the CCAHM CNT, which will at least increase some revenue in California, and you know, like give the people have 2 choice, like the examination. So if the board think this possible, I would like to put this in the future agenda item for next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ma.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Philip Yang. And Philip, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
President of California University, Silicon Valley, and also AACMA. For the title of a professional, I think 2 titles. One is the LAC. And then others, once you get the doctor's degree, you can get another doctor's title. Just to make it simple, DA, Doctor of Acupuncture. That's it. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Yun Shi, and Yun, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Just looking at the future development of acupuncture, it is only a tiny part of a bigger medical system. So in terms of the name, I would actually prefer to take us off this acupuncture as a modality, rather a name that can capture the entire content of what the medicine has to offer. Because when we talk about herbs, herbs is not acupuncture. What if we focus on the name as Doctor of Oriental Medicine? Because that way it's all encompassing. So for people who are not doing the herbs, they are not completely qualified. I think the benefit of doing that is going to take us off this looking at acupuncturists who is performing way more than just acupuncture as just a modality. So my preference is to name the practitioners as doctors of Oriental medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, either way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shi.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Chad Huang. And Chad, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
My name is Chad Huang, a licensed acupuncturist in California. I just want to thank the board for the 2 days meeting. I heard some hard conversation, some conversation are a little bit easier, but I learned a lot in the last 2 days. I hope in the future more schools, more associations, more students, more professionals can join this board meeting, so we'll have a full room instead of a half empty room. But I want to thank all the board member for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huang. Welcome to next board meeting.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment on WebEx.
So let's go to the 12th, item 12, future agenda items. Board member?
I'd like to propose the 25% of clinical training restriction that
The externship
yeah, extensive,
qualification?
yeah.
Noted. Thank you, Member Kim.
To increase.
Yeah, so change the restriction on
Mm,
25%.
Do you want did you want it to be changed or just a discussion on the externship program and the requirements for the externship?
Discussion, because it requires regulatory changes, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, the Vice Chair. Anything?
But, you know,
Okay.
Do you have any future agenda items that you would like to provide to the board at this time for consideration?
Okay, Ms. Oso, you first.
you go ahead. Okay, Ben, I don't know if this will fit in there, but if this is a big concern, it has been for a while about the attendance online or here. Do we have a list of the licensees of their email that we can just send an email?
They are notified.
to them about the meetings, inviting them to the meetings?
So there's some challenges with sending this information to everybody. The council?
I would say this is not on the agenda right now, but
We can look to.
I want to put it on the agenda.
So I
if it
can
is-
touch base with you after the meeting really quickly, Member Osorio.
Okay.
This is Gregory. Board members, for our future agenda, besides the names and the degrees, titles, things that we talked about before, we should follow up on it. I think we also should consider about acupuncturists caring for mental health. Right now, VA hospital is already using acupuncturists for PTSD and mental health like suicides, drug addictions. I think we should go into that field and expand the service of acupuncture.
We can see what we can talk around that. We have to be careful about scope expansion. So if that, we
Yeah,
can touch on that. So we can look at mental health and acupuncture.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I heard Mr. Osorio. I think you want our board keep transparency to the stakeholder, to encourage stakeholder to come to meeting. But maybe I can suggest to see if I ask legal, it's possible to give everybody, like today, come to the board meeting, give you CE credit, continuing education credit. So, because you have to take your time, and especially for people who have to drive here, or even the online, the working, they have to watch the schedule and follow the schedule, and where it is actually all day long, they have to follow. So give them some CE credit. Maybe it's viable. What do you see?
We can definitely look at it. There are some other boards that offer CE credit for their licensees attending their meetings. So we can look at that. And
Maybe not all day long, like 8 hour, but because we don't know how many, give some tool or some.
No, but I want to echo that. I think it's a very good suggestion if the legal, the board can explore, because there's so many discussions, very educational. You know, you talk about all those disciplinary, all those information. If you can get 4 units, why not? You know, so I think that would be very good suggestion.
Yeah, this public members only, and I think we, like Ben, I agree with the Ben. Brodia, you should research other board members, see if we have any reference. Should we be following as standard? I think so that will be great solutions for that.
Yeah.
We didn't see some board.
Yeah.
Do it. Okay, so we discuss in the next board meeting as agenda, I suggested.
Yeah, I think the reason why it's the best kind of customer anywhere is the educated customer. Right? I think if they don't get involved in what's going on with their profession, which they should do, we are struggling harder to make the board run good.
A few things to be bring.
Sorry, members, we're
Yes.
trying to discuss this item. This is only for, we can only discuss this for like putting it onto the agenda. Yes, exactly. Future agenda item, and that's it.
Full council.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to, especially when we have enforcement.
Good.
Yeah. Have this on as a future agenda item. Let's move forward.
Praise and support.
Okay.
Great idea, Madam
Th- Thank you, Ms. Badia, for say it's okay. It's legal. Thank you for legal. Said okay to include it in the.
Yeah, we can start to look into that. But again, that's a future agenda item. We've made the point that would be a future agenda item. That's
So next will be a public comment.
Aside from the items already presented in the public comment for items not on the agenda as future agenda items, are there any additional future agenda items from the public in the room?
Okay, so we go to online.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment for this item, please click the raise hand icon or the Q&A icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. It looks like we got a couple people requesting. We'll go in order received. First, I have Yun Shi. Yun, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
My name is Yun Shi, public member. So I really want to highlight the importance of expanding the scope of practice for the acupuncturist. We can increase the educational requirements all we want. However, from what I see, acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine is a lifetime learning process. When you learn the basics, a lot of it depends on what you learn from your patients. So traditional Chinese medicine have a whole lot more to offer as a complementary alternative medicine. From the outside, we have so much to offer, and the increasing or expanding the scope of practice and also conducting more clinical trials collaboratively, where we can really increase the kind and extent of the ailment that we could, the acupuncturist currently can treat, is really the best way to educate the public. It's, because the traditional Chinese medicine, they not only deal with pain, like what everybody knows, they are really good with all this internal medicine related issues, with mental health issues, as well as helping release what you call transgenerational trauma, all that feelings that get, hold within the body. So there's so much more to it. Because of the way the medicine has developed, we have lost a whole bunch. So in this process, which is one of the reasons why I say the new name shouldn't be just focused on acupuncture, it really should focus more on traditional Chinese medicine. So everything that this medicine system has to offer get a chance to serve the public. So that's where my focus is really, what can we do to expand the scope of practice for the practitioners? Because they have so much more they can offer the public, and not having the benefit available to the public actually was not in their best interest. Thank you very much. I learned a lot in this board meeting. Thank you for all the discussions, both from the board member as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Xu.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Philip Yang. Philip, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Philip Yang from ACMA, California University, Silicon Valley. First, I support board member Dr. Francisco Kim's point, the suggestion. And second, I support President Yunping Chen's suggestion for the CEU units, CEU credits for taking the meeting. The third is my suggestions for future agenda is considering the AI implementation in acupuncture clinical practice and also school education. And another consideration is all the acupuncturists, we're trying very hard to improve our professional capability and also the skills and knowledges in the continuing education. But many acupuncturists are suffering from the marketing ability. So if we provide a certain education or any solutions, including the AI implementation, how to do the modern steps, the marketing skills, so that will help for a profession. With the declining of our profession, that really impact our enrollment, school enrollment. We can see from all the schools in the United States. So that's because of the professions is not increasing. Of course, it's being impacted by the economy situation or COVID before. This is a huge impact. But right now, with the AI and the more social media, so we need to grasp the techniques how to do the marketing for ourselves, find the solutions for our profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
This is the moderator. Next, I have Rona Ma. And Rona, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Rona Ma from ASCM. Only one thing, possibility California have their own CNT. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ma.
This is the moderator. Next, I have Anyork Lee. And Anyork, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Okay, just response to the last conversation. First, regarding the credit for the the licensed acupuncturist attending the board meeting, I think that should be limited to the category 2. Okay, consider the speaker for the continuing education also get 1 unit credit. As a incentive, I suggest it not to be 1 hour to 1 unit. It should be you attend for no matter how long, you only get 1 credit. That's my first suggestion. Okay. My second suggestion is regarding the using of this acupuncture, TCM or not acupuncture. Let the market decide its survival or disappear. If I, as a Chinese background, I say, oh, use TCM, then Korean, Japanese, others will say, why use TCM? So that's why don't mention it. Let the market decide the survivor. Let the market decide the natural selection. My third recommendation to AI will not kill or survive us. Only the people who know how to use AI will get success. That's my recommendation and respond to the last 3 conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
All right, this is the moderator. There are no further requests for public comment on WebEx.
So we go to the last item. It's a closed session. So we'll have everybody recuse yourself, right?
So yeah, we will be asking for the public to leave. We'll be shutting down the webcast, and the board will be meeting in a closed session to conduct the evaluation of the executive officer. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will be adjourning as soon as coming out of that closed session, so there's no need for the public to continue waiting or attending.
Okay, good, thank you.
Madam President, please note the time that the closed session comes back into open so that we can note the time for adjournment on the minutes.
Okay.